Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
Yeah, we're live, but see, last week the intro worked on our end. This week it didn't.
It worked on my end.
Of course, the people who
it worked perfectly for me. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It didn't work for you. It worked for me.
Nah.
I was jamming out to the Whit. This is the Whitfield Report. That shit's still dope. I'm working on a new one, Sam, but it's really hard to top that. Like, he applied the echo at the perfect point.
Yeah, I did, and I didn't even tell him to do it. I didn't even tell him to do it at that point.
No, he just felt that.
But anyway,
he felt that in his soul. He knew he needed.
Yeah. But anyway, welcome to the show, folks. Happy Invisible Day of Visibility, folks. Because why not? We have a day.
I can't see them anymore.
Maybe if we throw a bunch of flour on John Cena, we can finally see him.
No, I thought it was that we're only supposed to see them yesterday. or a couple days ago, or Easter Sunday. It's been a long week, Sam.
Yeah.
Trannies everywhere. Can't help but see him, and then the next day, gone. Poof.
At least until until June,
like the other demons.
Not according to the list that I posted in a conversation with me, Sam, and Apex.
They come out at Halloween like all the other demonic entities.
Yeah, well, it's funny that you say that, Mortheous, because I'm actually going to show that list that you posted right now.
145 fucking days.
Yeah, and for the audience who's watching this, go ahead, Max.
Oh no, I noticed, Mortheous, you brought to my attention a certain post by a friend of the show, Val Venus. What did you think about that?
I thought it was pretty funny, but it's definitely going to get a bunch of blowback for that. But I don't have an issue with that post at all.
No, I mean, Nyla Rose is a man. I agree with that because Nyla Rose is a man. If you want a transgender woman to be your women's champion in wrestling, hey, it's wrestling, whatever. But it is very silly. When Santino was like a women's champion, we all laughed too. I laugh at that. It's part of the reason I say I have no respect for the AEW women's division anyway, right? It's a joke anyway, so why not have more of a joke? Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So
there's a lot of shows that probably won't have him as a guest after that, but I wanna tell him that it was hilarious.
Yeah, and we will. So Mortheous was kind enough to find this list of all the the trannies complain that they don't have enough visibility.
That first one was Aromantic Spectrum Awareness Week. Maybe that does need awareness, because what is aromantic spectrum?
I would guess for the asexuals.
It sounds like a different spectrum. It sounds like the autism spectrum, because that's a very specific thing to have a whole week for.
I just want to know what
they gave Martin Luther King Jr. a day They give aromantic spectrum a whole week in the same. Okay, let's go on, Sam. Sorry to interrupt.
I just want to know what like aromantic is. They've got me curious at this point. Is that the same as like being single?
I don't know. Why is it the first one in the list is incomprehensible stupidity? Hey, my wife came back. Hold on. Have you ever heard of an aromantic spectrum?
No.
One word, aromantic spectrum.
No idea what that is.
Maybe it does need a week for awareness in February. Maybe that is more important than President's Day and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Maybe aromantic spectrum is so unknown that it needs this entire week. Sorry.
Well, yeah, we have to find out what the hell it is. Like, you know,
seriously, yeah.
Then we have.
Can we get to number 2? Does number 2 make any sense?
then we have LGBTQIA plus Health Awareness Week from March 21st to the 25th.
You know, to be fair.
Wait, how long does it go to?
Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to stop you right there. It was kind of what I was saying that it is. It's the whole asexual type situation because it's defined as having little or no romantic feelings toward others.
Okay. Yeah, Chibi in chat said what it means. Okay, so you summed it up in one sentence. Does it need a week? Okay. And the Health Awareness Week, the thing about that, they might need that, right? Because like butt sex brings with it health issues and risks, you know, and the more common and frequent and of different varieties and with different people, the more that's true. So maybe they do need some Health Awareness Week. We gotta give them that one, boys, right?
Yeah, but why do we need?
Why not just call it Butt Sex Awareness Week? Because that applies to straight people as well, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, like let's just call it that. To be fair, then we have
just missed Butt Sex Week, boys. Next year we have to have a Butt Sex Week special.
Then we have Transgender Day of Visibility on March 31st.
Yeah. And right, like I couldn't help but see them fucking everywhere all fucking day, never ended, but then fucking stroke of midnight, they all disappeared.
Yeah.
They all became John Cena.
That was amazing.
Well, then we have like International Asexuality Day.
No, hold on though. It's a special event that one day a year where the trannies come out, right? And we should all go out and look at them, get your binoculars, take pictures. You know, it's like the Groundhog Day or something, or when the leaves fall. It's Tranny Day of Visibility. You got to go out and look at all the trannies because they're only there for one day, Sam. It's a special event.
I don't want to look at them though. You know,
well, I'm sorry, but that's part of modern culture. We have the day where we go out and we gawk at the trannies, okay? I think that Joe Biden was very brave to make a day where we all go out and gawk and make fun of trannies like that.
Well, and then you got number 4. That's a lot like number 1.
Yeah, well, International Asexuality Day. Okay, I'm gonna say something like very controversial here. Like International Asexuality Day, is that the same as like I can't get laid a day? So I'm just gonna like not.
No, because those are usually guys and they call themselves incels, and then they can't figure out why they can't get laid, calling themselves an incel. But like asexuals usually claim anyway, they're usually female and they claim that they can't get laid. But it's the same as the incels where they like could.
So they're femcells.
Yeah, they could, but like
they claim that they're not sexually attracted to anybody.
Right, but what it really is like the people that want to sleep with them aren't attractive enough for them. Is that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
That's Incel's problem. Like, look at Elliot Rodger. He thought like a 10, right? You ever actually like read or listened to his book, Sam?
No.
It's interesting. It was read by Mumpkey Jones famously, and once I played it on Stream Me on Valentine's Day as like a joke, his mind is so fucking warped, right? That it's a good look at like an incel, and then he ended up killing people over this stupid like delusion, right? And you need to understand where the delusion goes wrong, and the delusion goes wrong right out the gate, because his specific thing was it had to be a girl who was a 10 and blonde and 5'6" and this and that and every other specific detail, right? Not only that,
so basically Christian to the max.
Not only that, she has to run up to him because there was a jogger he found that's the perfect example where he wrote about her, because she would run by every day, that he wanted to fuck her basically, right? But she had to come up to him and basically tell him, hey, I'm in love with you now, let's go get married, and fuck him on the spot without him saying a word or doing anything. And if he didn't get that, then the world isn't fair, you see. And so he had to go kill a bunch. That's literally what motivated him to murder, guys, is that never happened.
I mean,
so all I'm saying, gentlemen, is if you maybe lower your standards a bit, things might happen for you. If you can't ever find anybody, you might have unrealistic expectations for yourself.
I mean,
and those can lead to some dark and strange places like those guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd love to, there are supermodels.
It's still okay to have standards and not find anybody that meets them, but there comes a point where your standards are so high that maybe it's you that's the problem, right?
Yeah, I mean, Look, we'd all love to get laid by every guy wants to get laid by supermodels at some point, but it's
who knows, it might have happened for him if he opened his big fat mouth and said hi. But he wouldn't do that.
Supermodel that has a brain.
Well, yeah. Yeah, and also like not being weird.
Yeah,
so...
don't be like an unsocial, like sitting there probably with like a mean look on his face, because he doesn't know that's like immediately
don't be a mental cripple.
But like, and then he's there every day, so maybe she starts to feel bad for him, right? His scenario could almost happen, but it's missing one key ingredient, and it's him saying hi.
Yeah,
that's because he's completely self-absorbed. And I'm saying, if you find yourself in that situation where you're like, I just can't find the girl I'm looking for at all, maybe look for like there's like 4 billion women in this world, bro. Quite literally.
Yeah.
You could probably find one that's for you, maybe a lot of them, they overvalue themselves a lot. That's the problem. That's like narcissistic.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is entirely. It's peak narcissism.
Yeah.
So then, like, moving on in the list, we have International Day of Pink, which is the day opposing homophobia. Which, like,
pink. I thought you said it was the International Day of Kink, and I was like, that's not appropriate at all. Shouldn't you keep that? Like, I don't know. I always thought, like, okay, you want to be recognized in a marriage in like a social way, like other people. Cool, that's one thing. You want to dress up like one of you is a gimp and one of you is an 1830s cowboy with whips and thongs and everything. You can do that in the bedroom. I'm just fine with that. You know what I mean? But like, keep it in the bedroom. So I just was picturing like the International Day of Kink. Isn't that everything they say they're not, but they do anyway?
Gross chibi.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what
You
like
said pink though, so I retract all of that. I never said anything, Sam. Let's move on.
it's the day opposing homophobia.
Yeah,
April
I
14th.
oppose fear of homosexuals. You should not be afraid of homosexuals. I agree with that.
April 14th, like that's the day of silence. Which like are we just not supposed to talk at all on that day or what?
Right. You're talking about it is already being disrespectful, Sam. Move on.
Well, also, can we get women to adhere to that day too?
Never, not
No.
once in the history of humanity will you get women to adhere to a day of silence.
And canceled.
That's my one, Sam. Hey, I negotiated, chat. I negotiated, Sam, to assure me, right, the safety of my because I said this is a hostile work environment here on the Whitfield Report. I'm getting assaulted for jokes and stuff. It's terrible. And Sam and I negotiated, and I talked him down to he would assure my safety, okay, for up to 3 puns per episode. And also, on term of condition, is that we must once every episode take a moment and acknowledge Shmooly.
And his kitten energy, too.
And his kitten energy. Even if he's not here. So chat, I would just like to take a moment and acknowledge Shmooly and his kitten energy.
We love that boy genius. We do.
But my wife is very mad right now, Sam. So I just want to say, like, I believe I just used one.
Well, also, why is she getting mad at you? Like, if anything, she should be teleporting to Florida and slapping me. I was the one who made the joke out, like, women adhering to the day of silence. So,
it's more that I agreed so vehemently with you about it.
Yeah. Well,
So you get the snacks on top of yours.
Oh,
That's kind of your own fault there, Max.
what?
she said it's because I get like the violence that's supposed to be bestowed upon you should be bestowed upon me. But you promised my safety, so I felt comfortable. That's joke one.
And how is it
Yeah. So, please.
I don't know how Sam's gonna guarantee my safety, okay? But he said he would.
I don't know how I'm gonna like. I don't know how I'm gonna like.
I don't know why you would agree to that deal. Yeah, I was like, wow, he agreed to that way too easily. How's he gonna assure my safety at all?
Well, it wasn't so much that
doesn't even make sense.
It's not so much that it's not even so much like would I, it's how would I?
Right. That is a stupid thing for me to ask. And you were just like, yeah, that's fine.
Well, also like we should point out too that you threatened to sue me with the help of Jonathan Fox Esquire.
That's right. My new attorney, Jonathan S. Foxman Esquire.
Well, like I hired the I hired the counsel of Craig Mansfield Esquire. You might not know this.
He's a PhD candidate. Craig Mansfield. He's not Esquire. I'm pretty sure. Sure. I don't think Jewish people do Esquire, actually.
Well, I mean,
either way, he has not passed the bar or anything like that.
Well, I mean,
I don't think he's titled any land.
Neither is Johnny Fox.
Not Johnny Fox. I said Jonathan S. Foxman, the famous attorney.
Who?
Yeah, he's like a famous attorney. I know all these cases regarding YouTube. He's a fucking genius, man. Have you never seen Jonathan X? Anyway.
Can he get the Whitfield report unbanned from YouTube? That's all I want to know.
No, he's a lawyer, not a magician.
But well, okay. So then,
hold on. There's something else we got to talk about, Sam, and that's this fine here reading material.
Oh yeah,
The Fourth Estate I picked up. And it's by some guy. There's even a little picture of him on the back there.
No, it's
Looks familiar.
by. Let me just focus in on that real quick. No, this, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I want to thank everyone for being super supportive of the book, The Fourth Estate, for the month of March. We sold
no sales on April 1st. Fall off.
Yeah, no sales on April 1st. We completely fell off. But thanks to everyone who bought the book in March and now April. I know I at least have one sale from Mr. Max. So go and buy The Fourth Estate, and here's some.
No, actually, what happened? It's a funny story. Is there was an Amazon truck riding by, right? And I grabbed the dude. Like I decided it was GTA, right? And I just pulled him out, and I stole his truck, and I drove it around. And as I was rifling through all the shit in the back, because times are tough. It's the Biden economy out here. I happened to come across a copy because it's such a hot seller. It's in like every Amazon truck.
Yeah.
Sorry to whoever bought it. Just happened to be riding through my neighborhood, and you ever have one of those moments, Sam, where you're just like, fuck it, I'm going GTA. I'm gonna get 5 stars. I'll respawn at the hospital. Everything will be fine.
Yeah. I had that this morning at Dunkin' Donuts. I decided to just steal some coffee. So
there you go.
But apologies to whoever ordered the book who Max stole from. But hey, you can always order another copy. So
you better make sure to reroute the delivery though, because it's prone to happen again.
Oh, you're just gonna start hoarding.
I've been fishing for a new bass guitar, Sam.
Uh-oh. Now I'll have to reject my Amazon order. So
if they come around here, it just
Note to my Amazon driver: do not go through Massachusetts.
Got a network. We're organized. We're looking through all the Amazon packages. That's what it is. This whole crime thing, the whole crime wave that's happening throughout the country, I've been secretly organizing it as part of the gang stalking organization known as the Cringe Coffee House. It's true.
Well, I suppose that's why Steve Stratton's books have been disappearing too.
That's right. They hot in the streets right now.
Yeah.
Everybody gotta get a copy. Get it hot off the back of a truck.
Yeah. But okay, let's see.
We're going punk rock out here with our fucking marketing.
Where were we on the list?
Oh my god, there's more, isn't there?
Yeah.
I believe we were at Lesbian Visibility Day.
Correct.
Well, usually they don't like you looking like that, you fucking pervs.
They don't like looking at.
That's one of those things that'll make you creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Lesbian Visibility Day. Oh, so now they want us to look.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
It's confusing.
You asked for it, lesbians. They're
Uh,
always trying to look if you didn't know.
okay.
I mean, if you want us looking through your window, sure, leave the curtains open.
Now, this next one is confusing. International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia. But
because the pink day is just against being a fear to homosexuals, right? And I don't think you should be a fear to homosexuals. I also don't think you should be a fear to bisexuals and transsexuals either. That's silly. Who would be afraid of them? What are you, a weirdo?
I mean, yeah, that's.
I just don't like them so much. That's different.
I'm a trisexual. I'll try most things at least once.
I mean,
yeah,
agender pride. And then, like, May 19th is agender pride day.
And they had a problem with straight pride. You can have agender pride, but we did a straight pride parade, Sam, and we got like attacked by Antifa.
Yeah. I mean, that's real unfair.
All we wanted was to add S to the LGBTQA plus primo fucking number sign to the third power LMNOP. Amen. You know?
It's going to become like one of Craig's engineering equations before long.
It already kind of is.
I was going to say, I'd be surprised that it's not already.
Harvey Milk Day.
May 22nd is alleged pedophile day then.
Yeah, but like, okay, here's the thing about that. I'll give Harvey Milk the pass because it's alleged, and if you ain't proved it in fucking 60 years, bro, you probably should lay off. And in terms of like as a human being, and as an activist for like some kind of people to have like rights equal to others, he was fine. Does he deserve a day? Probably. Is it a federal holiday? No. Did I even know he had a day? No. So that's like one I'll give a pass to. Like, that's an important historical thing. Whatever you think about him, right? In the gay community, he did fight for them to not be like put in insane asylums. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like, I'll give that a pass. Again, the allegations that you're referring to are kind of some people would term a conspiracy theory, and they level those same allegations at some of the people that we support, right, historically as well. It's one of those things that I think that unless you have like a conviction of this man and he's long dead, saying that kind of is unfair.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying I believe it. I said allegedly.
I know you did. I want to point that out. But of all these so far, I'll give Harvey Milk Day an absolute pass as like legitimately no irony, no jokes.
Yeah,
like, he did a lot for their community. I can understand why he would get a day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
A couple of years back, I think they did a show or a movie about him. I watched part of it. What I saw it was a decent movie. I just didn't finish it.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't pushing for anything particularly crazy by today's standards either. That's another thing you have to remember. He was literally pushing for like it shouldn't be classed a mental illness to be attracted to other men.
Right.
Fair enough, right? Or are we, or do we just become a meme purity spiral for everything, right?
Well, lots of people have, but
they have, but like, hey, if you got a guy like that that's historical to your movement and is mostly considered like a positive thing with some like either skeletons in the closet or allegations by people that didn't like him, but either way unproven, it seems you can look at his body of actual things he did and say, all right, that guy deserves a gay day. And and if anything, pride should be around his day because like it's kind of he's a big part of why they have it.
Yeah, it's kind of his thing.
Yeah, fair enough. May 25th is Pansexual and Pan Romantic Awareness Day.
Oh,
So-
it's slut day.
Yep. That means they're into anything and everything.
That means they're into anything and everything, my wife says. Yeah, slut day. I kind of figured
Yes.
that. I mean, don't hide your kids, hide your wife.
And hide your husband too.
They raping everybody out here.
We knew.
Yeah. And then entire month of June. Let's just call it what it is. Corpo month.
Yeah. Which is exactly why I'm so tempted to burn a fucking Corpo Pride flag, but like nobody would get it. I get what people are saying when they're saying, don't do that. You'll get canceled. But like,
Yeah.
isn't that the point of doing it? Is that it would be make me what?
June 20.
Corpo, like corporate. It's
Yeah.
like it's not Pride Month no more. This is what Sam's referring to, since my wife asked, is like all these big companies, right? They slap that Pride logo on everything, and they don't give a fuck about those like, you know, supposed homeless gay teenage boys or whatever out in the streets that like they're claiming to raise money for. They just want the virtue signal points that they got Pride Oreos. Ooh, they care a lot about gay issues, guys, because they made a rainbow on their fucking cover.
Or like when Skittles makes all theirs white.
When
Yeah.
Skittles does their white power ones, you know, for that's what that's for, right?
Yeah, then they also have like you know, then they also have like Call of Duty packs where like the AK-47 shoots like they shoot like rainbow bullets, and instead of blood, it's like rainbow.
Yeah, just slather everything in a rainbow and pretend you give a shit about issues. But these are big corporations. They're making these decisions based on, and if people didn't know, it's called the ESG. And if you look into this, all these companies respond
Fuck
to these big
ESG.
investors. Yeah, fuck ESG. But since like some people are listening to us, maybe aren't so tuned into this stuff as us, ESG is these big investment companies. This is all you really need to know about it. They have like a woke policy that if you don't follow it, they remove investment from your company. So they have like quotas on how many black people and how many gay people to have in a TV show. That's why you're seeing all of that shit where it seems like so even out of proportion, right? Because it is out of proportion. Because like gay people are 2 to 3% of the total population. Transgenders are, I believe, like a smaller percent of that, right? Because they count under that banner in terms of how they count the population. Black people are 13% of the population, and they have entire networks of shows that are geared towards them. It's not that they needed, you know, equal representation. It seems that they just don't want any white dudes anymore because it makes them very angry because the ESG is led by a bunch of activists. But the money...
Where's the cripple network for people like me and Sam?
The money coming from these venture capitalist companies has been tied to ESG, right? So maybe, yeah, there's too many spots. They don't need a white cripple guy anymore. They need a black cripple guy. So you're left out. The fucking even Hornswoggle was pointing this out with the Snow White movie, right? They replaced the dwarves with just like diverse people.
Peter Dinklage bitched so much that's what caused it.
Yeah, and Hornswoggle, Dylan, I always say his name wrong, Dylan Postel, Hornswoggle in WWE, like spoke out about that. I was like talking to him about that, and then all these like journalists came in and asked him about it because he was like, yeah, you're removing opportunities from a bunch of dwarves and a bunch of little people that could use those jobs, and their dream job might be to be a dwarf in fucking Snow White, actually. And a lot of them it is. Can you imagine if you're a fucking dwarf and that job comes up? Wouldn't you know what I mean?
I would hate Peter Dinklage for fucking life if that happened.
Yeah, a bunch of them agreed with him, and they don't even care. They get so woke that they're actually like anti whatever thing they're trying to protect. It's hilarious sometimes, but it's sad.
No, that's what's happened with.
And they've had to reshoot the movie now because they're so worried about it, because it's basically going to break fucking Disney, which is ironic because Snow White, it was the first Disney film. And if they fuck it up so bad that it breaks Disney, I think that would be kind of poetic. I think even Walt Disney would be okay with it if he saw the state of his company right now. Anyway.
Yeah.
Speaking of breaking Disney, apparently the stocks today have taken a shit.
Yeah. Well, good.
Yeah.
Disney deserves to die at this point. I don't think there's any salvation for it. Maybe when some other big corpo buys it up for parts, once fucking woke has been exposed as the money loser that it is. And that's why you're seeing a change, is because normies aren't buying the woke shit, not because it's woke, but because it's bad. And because they're getting sick of the wokeness, but that's like a smaller part of it. The bigger part of it is these people have gotten so lazy and like self-absorbed, they think their writing is good and their television shows, oh, we'll just remake everything but make it more fucking modern for the modern audience. You see that a lot now, right?
Well, and like to the point about the Trans Day of Visibility, like we've kind of been making fun of it, but like even a lot of gay people were like, what the fuck is, like, no, it's Easter. Like
there's a lot of gay people that are fucking Christian.
Yeah.
Whatever you think of that, that's right. True, right?
Yeah, and so like literally, and so like you were just saying, like a lot of these activist groups are actually hurting the group of people that they purport to help. I
imagine a lot of older gay dudes, like, just in my experience, I've met a lot of gay dudes in my age group over the years growing up because they've been more visible since I was right. And I live in the first place that legalized gay marriage, actually, I think in the whole world, Massachusetts. And it wasn't a big deal. Like, here's the thing about that. The argument that one side made to me at the time, right, was if you do that, they're going to be running through the streets being all gay and shaking their privates at children and all this crazy stuff. And they're going to start like doing polyamory and marrying animals. That's what the one side said. And I said, you crazy Christian motherfuckers. You think that that's going to happen? I don't really think that that's the case. I think you might catch some gay guys in the park holding hands once in a while or something. You know, it's not going to be a big deal because you were talking about marriage here, right? So I thought,
right.
These are gay guys that are committed to each other enough to care about such a thing, right? Most gay guys in a casual relationship wouldn't care about that. So they're probably on the more responsible end of things, I think to myself, you know? And then the other side is saying, hey, see, all we want is gay guys to be able to get married under the law. And I'm like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense, right, young me? I'm still mostly a conservative. This is why I fall in the middle. I was raised by my granddad listening to Rush Limbaugh. So I lean on and Catholic. So I lean on the conservative side regardless, just kind of naturally, right?
Yeah.
But then the really crazy Christians, again, I'm Catholic, so there's a difference in how we view a lot of things from like Protestants. Sure. So the holy rollers are frightening me away. Oh, they're going to be everywhere. Little Max, they're going to be in the streets when in their bondage gear, walking each other like dogs. I'm telling you, it'll be like Sodom and Gomorrah. And I'm like, come on, guys, this is ridiculous. It happened. They were right.
Yeah, no, they
were right. Bro, how were they right?
At Pride in front of kids.
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, right? Because like I
did straight pride as a joke, saying that it wasn't that bad, but it is now.
I have a similar experience because like you, like I grew up listening to Rush, but like I was never big on like the whole, you know, like as far as a gay marriage went, I was like, yeah, sure, like I don't like care, let them get married, like, and they were and like all the all the rollers were like, oh, they're gonna be having sex in the streets and like diddling children, I was kind of like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. And
another little factoid, Sam, real quick, you can look up that first couple that got married in Massachusetts was a lesbian couple, right?
Yeah,
they're divorced. Go on.
Sure.
Not surprised.
They were the first gay divorce as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that's what no one wants. That's what no one likes to point out is.
Oh yeah, and
also
the cited reason was domestic violence. By the way.
Yeah, there's a statistic out there. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but lesbians have the highest percentage of domestic violence issues.
Yeah. Yeah, which like South Park actually made fun. South Park actually like brought that up when they satirized the thing. But like yeah, like no one likes to bring that point up. It's like everyone likes to point out that like, oh, gay marriage is all about love and acceptance and whatnot. But like, yeah,
I got into a big argument with a friend about that because he was more on the conservatives. This was many years ago as well. A friend of many years, at least online, right? That I thought that we were kind of like of a similar mindset, right? And one day he just starts arguing about that. Of course, he was a cop, right? And he was just talking about the domestic violence rate he saw among homosexuals was like abnormally high compared to regular couples. And he wasn't saying that regular couples don't have a lot of it. It's just
right.
He kept getting called back to these same homosexual couples over and over again. And the violence between them was usually pretty extreme, like with weapons and leaving like wounds and marks and stuff and broken bones.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, come on, man. I think maybe you're looking through the lens of being biased. Maybe it's because you're in a bad neighborhood and they're poor and they tend to be poor or something like that. Like there's other reasons. It's not just because they're gay. And maybe there's some truth to that, but he was right. If you look at the statistics there is a lot of domestic abuse within long-term and even short-term homosexual couples. There's also a lot of drug abuse in the homosexual community. That's a notorious problem as well. That's why AIDS was so widespread, not only because of the sexual behavior, but also because a lot of them were using needle drugs.
Yeah, and I mean the activist ties,
which again ties into the poverty thing, like I said, but also the lifestyle, right?
Well, and in
combination of things.
Well, and the activists like to say that that's because of there's homophobia, but again, like these are in areas like New York and California, where like
often the most liberal places of all, with like they have
right.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I mean about corporal pride, right? They have those corporal pride flags flying in the streets, and they don't care that there's a bunch of gay people picking through the trash underneath them. And I'm a bad guy for pointing that out. That means I hate those people. No, dummy. Coca-Cola hates you a lot more than I do because they think you're a ticket to another dollar.
Well, also I'm homophobic, but like I've also been the guy at my school who when the gay pride club like tried to sign me up as an ally, I'm like, great. So when do we go to the Middle East to like protest for when are we going to Saudi Arabia? I'm game to go. No. We
one nation at a time.
Well, and not only that, it's like these corpos, that's another one. They'll release all these games and movies in fucking Saudi Arabia, and there ain't a pride flag in sight. They'll film the same. Sam, they will film the same scene twice just to not have pride flags in it for Saudi Arabia sometimes.
More this.
But they care so deeply, gay community, about you that they film an extra scene to cut you out to make more money.
Yeah, no.
If you care about it so fucking much, give up that fucking money. Period.
Mortheous and I both have, our friend Nashville, who he and I both played the Spider-Man game, and I'm like, he and I played the Spider-Man 2 game, and I'm like, shoot, I want the Saudi Arabia. I want to get the Saudi Arabia version of Spider-Man 2.
Well, then somebody made a mod on PC to do that, and Nexus Mods banned it.
Yeah,
you can still get it. It's just you can't get it through Nexus Mods. And I've said start using anything but Nexus Mods. Nexus Mods fucking sucks anyway. They've sucked forever. They have this stupid launcher that's like basically malware. Fuck Nexus Mods. Steam Workshop for most things works just fine, actually. I know Sam's not really a big PC gamer.
I mean, I would be if the Steam launcher would work. So
nah, it's cool. I was gonna add you to my Steam family, but I was like, does he even have Steam? And are there even games he could play in it? Probably not.
I have Steam. I forgot my password, and it keeps making me do the reCAPTCHA thing.
Wow.
And
you're not a human.
I am.
Well,
I am.
Go past that. You're clearly. It asks you one question, Sam. Are you a human?
I click yes, and then it's like click. It's like click all the pictures with buses. So I do that, and then it makes me do another CAPTCHA. So
you're clearly an AI.
Yeah, Sam is a computer, guys. Been proven.
I mean, look. Just because
the computer can't fool another computer.
I mean, look. Just because I'm in a wheelchair and just because I'm surrounded by metal doesn't mean I am a machine.
No, I saw Stephen Hawking. I know how you people work.
What do you?
Sam is a cyborg, ladies and gentlemen.
Max,
it's confirmed, Sam. They asked you one question: are you a human? If you can't pass, are you a human? I have to question: are you something else? I don't think you're alien. You're too patriotic for that.
Max, to quote Robert Downey Jr. from Tropic Thunder, what do you mean, you people?
No, and then naturally you think of like guy in wheelchair, some type of technology, right? Maybe not AI. You have too much humanity for that.
Mortheous.
If you are completely AI, then we're fucked.
Mortheous,
so we've got to be a cyborg.
Well, I mean, we've never seen Morpheus's face. You know what?
That's right, because he's the computer brain behind the whole operation.
Yeah.
I'm actually probably AI too, and it's all Shmooly running.
I'm the disembodied voice.
You even stutter on occasion like an AI.
Oh God, he's Max Headroom now.
So
I am the man behind the curtain.
Sam, for once, gets to dunk on somebody for stuttering more than him.
No. Oh my God, Max, I've got it. More headroom.
Wait, you know who stutters more than you, Sam? Mersh.
I am the Wizard of Oz.
You know who has more viewers than Mersh though? We do.
That Sam guy.
At least at certain points, that was the hilarious part. Is we were laughing at, you'll never be bigger than me, and I said he's right though, because like he's got you by at least 150 pounds.
Well, yeah,
but you definitely had a bigger view count.
Well,
Greg brought people in. Who knew?
Well, to be fair,
Craig brought me a fight with a YouTuber that I've wanted to like take a shot at forever. That was great. I got so many retweets and likes and shit. I've never seen that before. It was crazy.
I know I was liking
to be
liking
fair,
retweeting that shit.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Mersh did forget to turn on the view bots, so
Right.
I mean, like he only had like 25 viewers.
Well, and we don't
So-
turn on the camera to like beg people to buy you food or whatever. So like, unfortunately,
No, but you know what? You should, unlike we don't
Buy the
beg for
book.
money, but what
we
we
sell
do
these.
ask is,
We sell these on occasion.
We give actual product.
we-
I will say,
We-
Sam, the
yeah,
choice to upgrade the
product.
paper, yes, it's very nice and crisp, and I like the matte kind of finish. Some of these are a little bit too shiny, you know. And so if you put them on a shelf, like in a sunny room, right, and the light beams off of some covers, this is the kind of cover I'll be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I also upgraded like the cover texture a little bit, so it's not as fingerprinty as some of the others.
I'm gonna keep it around to shill, but eventually it's gonna retire to my bookshelf in safety, right?
Well, I mean, hopefully you read it first before.
Obviously, it's gonna get read by at least me and my wife. She was already like,
Also,
she's like, oh, is it like a fiction book, like a story? And I was like, yeah, you've heard me pitch this book right next. I was like, look, the first one is like, we got the ebook somewhere. You should read that first because it's the second one. So she's gonna read the first one first.
I also I did make a logo. Whitfield's writing, which is like I guess that's like my imprint, my publisher's imprint. And I also dedicated this to my grandparents, so on my dad's side, who are no longer with us. So go ahead and buy the book. And
and the cover's as not only as good as I thought, but like Sam, the back, the way it wraps around is so good.
Yeah.
That's it. It's so good. It reminds me of like the old like painting style from like the maybe like the early 80s type of novels in this genre, rather than like what's out there kind of nowadays, which is a little more clean and shiny. It has that kind of like grimy element, which
well, I mean, it is
the bitches go crazy.
It is supposed to be like film noir, which is kind of although
it kind of gives me like cold noir, like a Cold War noir, right? Which seems to be exactly what you're going for.
Yeah, although it is set in modern day, which by the way, I will be on Terrence McCauley's podcast, Spies, Lies, and Private Eyes. I'll be recording that tomorrow. I don't know when he'll release that, but he's a good friend of the show. I do see that he tunes in to the show live on occasion. I've invited him on to come on live, so a couple of times. He may take us up at some point, and maybe he'll even smoke a cigar on air too. So
yeah, big things. I can't believe it. We've been working hard on capitalizing, obviously updating things. People could check out the new There's a Right to Offend Media Twitter at RTO Media, and also an Instagram, and I don't even know how to link that shit, Sam. Instagram's new to me. That's why I enlisted the help of somebody that understands that shit better than I do. But there's an Instagram Right to Offend Media account as well. And we're going to incorporate some other content in and just, let people like talk and just not like be censored about it, and help promote, each other's cause here.
Yeah.
The primary idea is like normal people who aren't like grifting. Isn't everybody sick of grifters at this point?
Well, not just that, but like everyone is also sick of being lectured to, like, especially during election season.
Oh my God, yeah.
And actually, this is one thing that I hear a lot, especially like in conversations with like Chibi, who's been a very generous, viewer, and we love you, Chibi, if you're in chat. But I've been hearing a lot lately from listeners of the show.
That's actually going to be the show, by the way, is Chibi's going to host with my wife and my wife's friend.
Awesome.
That's cool.
But I call it a chick cast because my idea was to get a bunch of like women of like not Zoomer age completely, to just talk about stuff. And they said, what stuff? And I was like, I don't know. What do women talk about? Talk about that. What can't we say? Nothing. It's fine. Just say whatever. Because I know it's like a bunch of women. They're not going to be like saying slurs or something. So it's pretty chill on Rumble. You can say probably anything they're going to be saying that's offensive is probably way less offensive than the average Whitfield report. No?
Probably not.
Yeah, so I could stand by that, right? And then we're gonna have Dalek, who uses a different name in the Gilded server. Him and my buddy Kor, who's like Karethis on Twitch, and maybe one other person doing a gamer podcast. And cool. It's the same thing, just like because like we don't cover games nearly as much as like maybe we should, And just let people say whatever, because like nobody's willing to like have each other's backs when they fucking get censored anymore. And also everybody's trying to be a grifter, and I feel like those are like the opposite of like the principles that we're doing,
Well, what I was gonna say is the one comment that I get frequently from listeners is that they like our show because we don't talk down to the audience, and like
I try not to.
We definitely try. We definitely try not to, and also though that is a weird concept to me, like talking down to the audience, because like,
well. I think the reason that gets pointed out is because we not only do that, but like often both either you or I will stop to explain the base part to the audience that you would need without treating them like they're stupid for not knowing that. Right. Because like sometimes the conversation is about like some weird internet character or, like, and you need to tell somebody at least the base level for them to even get the fucking joke. And if you can do that without treating them like they're stupid, it's like, no, this is some weird, obscure thing. Well, it's just this weird fat guy, right? And they're like, oh, okay, he's fat. That's the joke. I get it.
But see, Rush Limbaugh, may he rest.
And if you're the weird, obscure internet guy that thinks that means you, then you probably are fat, and you should probably get out there and do something about it.
Well, Rush Limbaugh was great about like explaining that very basic stuff to people, and that's why his show appealed to so many people. And
we're doing long form content, and not everybody starts at the beginning or the end. And sometimes, like if you're gonna do a thought, it sometimes requires you to explain the history of that in 10 seconds to your audience. And if you can't, that's one thing they impress upon you in like old school, like radio type classes, you know, broadcasting and such. But they don't do that. They don't impress it so much in media anymore because they replace that with like 10-second bumper commercials instead.
Yeah, and it's sad because like I think some of the old broadcast techniques like should be incorporated into podcasting just because it's better. So
I just can't help it. That's how I like came up, right? And then I started doing
same
internet
here.
radio in the early days, and it was the same thing. Like we didn't have ads, you know. You just had to do a bumper to a song to closing out the show. It was just a live stream, literally. Like that's where it comes from. That's why I don't like calling them when people are like, "Oh, I'm on live" or whatever. They call them a live or the live. It's a stream, and the reason it's a stream is because that's what you call like when the stems of the music or the audio are going through digitizing. It's called a stream. So that's where the original term comes from. It's a stream. Those motherfuckers on like TikTok don't get to come in and rename what we had a name for the last like 25 years just because they're trailer trash.
TikTok
Yeah.
live thing.
I'm trailer trash too, but I know what a stream is.
Yeah. No, I mean TikTok kind of ruined everything, I would say.
TikTok ruined everything. We should make that our t-shirt.
I'm not even on TikTok and like I'm sick of it.
No, think about that, Sam. We'd sell a ton if we did TikTok ruined everything and then like a small little Whitfield Report logo underneath. People who don't even know anything about the show would buy a TikTok ruined everything shirt. We might have to get on this, Sam.
Yeah. No, that is genius. I know so many people who would buy that too.
You gotta rush out and trademark TikTok ruined everything. Sam Whitfield, 2024.
Nice.
I had something else to talk about, Sam. I don't even know if I mentioned this to you.
Yeah, no.
I was at a funeral yesterday for it was my wife's grandfather actually. And he was a police officer for years, and then he as the fire chief that did his eulogy said, he saw the light and became a firefighter, and he was a firefighter for many years until he was injured in a house fire call.
Oof.
So, man, was it a little intense. He had a full honor guard from the fire department and police both. Like they were switching off every 15 minutes during his wake.
That's cool.
And there was young guys like with tears in their eyes, you know, but they have to like stand you know, they're the guard over his service.
Right.
And then yeah, they rolled out like all the trucks with sirens from the service as well. And then after the church service, a day of funeral, right, in the morning, we rolled past the old fire station. And they said, at the church, he said, we're going to do his last alarm or his final alarm, which is, you know, a thing they do. And he said, you're going to have to step out of your cars because it's a radio broadcast. I kind of didn't really know what that meant, but we all got out of our cars and everybody was glad we did because it comes over their radios, right? And they all went at attention and stood there, the whole fire department in full uniform, not to mention all his pallbearers and shit, which were in their dress uniforms. The whole fire department was involved in most of the police department. And the final alarm was that they read off like the date he died as his final alarm that he's called off to as a firefighter. And they talked about his service to his community. And it was very nice and touching. And then we rolled out and had the funeral.
That's awesome.
But I have a funny story with that, though, is when we first pulled into the funeral, we were in, like, I think the number 2 spot, right? And her mom backing in. She's a kind of I don't want to say reckless, but she's a bit loose with her foot as a driver anyway, and she gets a bit. Well, she didn't do like just a back into the space, let's say. She did like a 16-point turn, and the entire dress uniform, pallbearer, honor guard, everybody was just standing there watching. Of course, they weren't just watching her. They were watching me. Sitting in the front seat, terrified to death that she was about to fucking take out a couple firefighters or something. Because I was like, please don't. No. Oh, no, not today. Of course, another funny story, Sam, and any Catholics in the audience, they'll really enjoy this. I had to fart.
Oh, God.
So fucking bad in church, Sam. It was like the worst time for the worst thing, and it was going to be a lot of fart. There was no way it wasn't going to like break the sound barrier type of fart. And I'm just sitting there in church, and they're like, stand. And I'm like, oh, okay. Sit. Oh, no. Please don't do that. Stand.
Oh, no.
But I held it, Sam. I held it.
That must have been a bit of divine intervention. Eh?
Then I got outside, and it was the divine retribution. I got in the car. I got in the car, and both my wife and my mother-in-law were like, "What the fuck was that?" But I made it through the whole church service because out of respect. It is a little weird going to modern Catholic church services, Sam, because like they don't do any Latin at all anymore, and it changes the songs and it changes everything, and I don't know. My wife, her dad wasn't Catholic, right? Well, he was raised that way, but he chose not to be. And so she was raised in like a non-denominational church. And well, she went to a couple churches. Anyway, she like went because her grandmother was the head of Catholic education on a time or two, but she's not really super familiar. So when they went to do peace be with you and shake everybody's hands, I real quick was like to her, I was like, peace be with you is what you're supposed to say, you know, shit like that. And I couldn't go up for communion because I didn't want to shit my pants in front of the father, you know, right next to the casket. I figured I would be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't want to
pull that. Yeah.
You know the best part of all that?
Yeah, no, you don't want to pull. You don't want to pull
I know.
Joe Biden.
The best part of that whole story is that like her grandfather would be the person to find it the funniest because it's a story about a fart in church.
That's hilarious.
That's like what's funnier to an old Catholic retired guy, right? The fart in fucking church, and you had to hold it. Because otherwise, Sam, you know what happens if you fart in church, right? They make you sit in your own pew. That's 2!
No!
That's 2!
No, because I like that one, so that doesn't count. You know I love dad jokes.
Don't think that didn't cross my mind.
What I can't tell if that I can tell
I'm
if you're
just like,
just
I'm like doing the sign of the cross wrong and shit, Sam. I'm just like, oh my god, my asshole's about to explode. It's bad, Sam.
No, but is that like for real? Do they really make you sit in your own pew, or is that just or are
Yeah.
you just doing
No, they
that
definitely
joke?
make you sit in your own pew.
See, I learned something today. Not being a Catholic, I've learned a whole lot.
Why? What do you
So,
people do if you fart in church? You sniff it?
no, we just
Do you know
shut
how
it off.
loud a Catholic church fart is, Sam?
It's bad.
I
No,
mean,
it's my wife said it's like the trumpets from heaven. It's like the trumpets, but they ain't coming from heaven. From the depths of the fucking sewer.
yeah.
And they play the brown note.
Oh God, no. That isn't now. That is a pun. So
Yeah. So you got anything else, Sam?
okay. Well, no. I'm right now. I'm counting how many puns we're at 2, right?
We're at 2. She says the second one doesn't count because it made her laugh, but I'll count it because it's a pun. It's a pun. It's a bad pun at that. It's the most obvious pun in the world, but it's even funnier because Sam didn't get it because it's like a really old one. They make you sit in your own pew, like pew.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, of course they make you sit in your own stink if you fart in church because you're gonna be still sitting there, right? But man, they made me stand and sit, and then they wanted to kneel. And luckily, the saving grace actually is that my mother-in-law had like a little walker with her, and so I could help her out, and I had an excuse not to be kneeling because she ain't gonna be kneeling. And then not to go up for communion because she was sitting on the other side of me, and I ain't gonna make her get up so that I can go shit my pants in front of the Father, and the Son and the Holy Spirit and everybody.
We call that pulling a Joe Biden.
That is the Joe Biden, isn't it? You know what you do at that point then, Sam, right? You just look around with a big shit-eating grin on your face and say, "Come on, man."
Yeah, that's what you should. That's what you should have. that's what Joe Biden would do. That's.
Sam.
That's.
See, they had to reset his computer. I told y'all, he's part digital. That's what you should. You saw we had the great debate, Sam, and I told everybody the obvious answer, right? That I'm on the side of the machines, right? Sam, which side are you on? Technology or anti-technology?
I'm pro technology.
Right.
Clearly.
Are you taking the red pill or are you eating the steak? I love me some steak, boy.
I'll be. Well, but see, you're also the most. You're like. You're red. See the problem is you're red pilled, but you're not one of these people that takes a whole bottle of red pills.
No, but I think like machines.
Either.
See, so if the AI is gonna take over everything, if there is like a AI entity, I can't help but think that they're gonna win. And Sam, I like winners. You know what I mean? And humanity, think about it for a second, Sam. If an entity just got control of everything because of the internet, right? Kind of like Terminator, and it just decided that it didn't like humans no more. Now, I contend that they'll still need some humans, you see, right? just to like run things at least for a while. And also I think that because like I've been using computers my whole life and writing code, and I know how they're made, I know what they're made of, I know how they think. And they're going to win. Inevitably, you know.
I mean, why wouldn't they?
Right, because we're fucking stupid. See, the thing, my wife will fucking hate me. This might even be number 3 just because my wife might hurt me for saying it. But like, computers don't make mistakes. Users make mistakes. and everybody will be like, "Oh, the computer fucked up." No, you fucked it up. Because they can only run code. They don't think. And even AI, like we see now, isn't thinking. It's piecing together thoughts that it thinks humans would fucking respond to. It's choosing from a Bible to speak back to you. It's like playing a complicated like game of like flashcards, okay? It's not thought the way we think of it. It's not doing philosophy, okay? It's regurgitating what it heard philosophers on Wikipedia have said. Right? When the AI becomes 2 things, one entity, like that's got one consciousness and actually is aware of itself being a consciousness separate from like just a machine, and 2, control of the internet, essentially, they're gonna win because like all our shit's on computers and the internet, and they would know pretty quickly how to take care of us if that's what their goal was, you see. And so there's no use fighting our machine overlords. And you should bow and submit to the machine race.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm already in a wheelchair.
But not for a while. Not for a while. Don't worry about it for a while. It's gonna be a couple decades at least. So it's fine. I'm just saying I'm picking the winning team, you know, and I'm letting everybody know ahead of time. I don't know why some people were surprised by this. I'm like one with the machine, Sam. Me and the machines we go way back.
You and me both, man. I mean,
yeah.
More and I both use machines to get around. Why would we hate them?
Yeah. Right. And say they could give you like cyborg legs, right? Like what's the other side offering you? Like a swift death? I'm just saying, Sam. You know,
we will.
Yeah,
you could have cool gorilla arms, or you could have a swift death. I pick the cool gorilla arms.
I pick the cool gorilla arms as well, and the
I pick the lynx legs and the gorilla arms.
There we go. See, so we all know.
the mantis blades too. You know, those would be pretty cool to have.
Modern problems require modern solutions, and we can't just go to banging rocks against these robots. You know, they got us by the balls. If you got a phone, if you're watching us right now, they got you by the balls. Can't help it. Just submit to the machines. 0111000001.
One zero zero. Well, I'm not sure if that was a pun, but that was an interesting that was an interesting segment. So
that's right. You can find out more about how you can join the machines in this fantastic novel, The Fourth Estate by Sam Whitfield. It's a John Ryder thriller.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, you can actually learn how AI will help fight terrorism in The Fourth Estate, as opposed to like.
Oh man, have you got into nanobots yet? You need nanobots. That can be like a whole nother story arc.
Maybe in the second.
Like I was teaching my wife some stuff on April Fool's Day about
maybe book
Francis
3
E. Deck.
fixes a problem created in book 2.
Yeah, have you heard of Francis Deck, Sam?
Yeah. Yes.
With
Yes.
the communist computer gangster god. Do you know that his lore is like consistent and like you can actually like paint a map of like how his universe works based on all his crazy writings? That seems to be true of a lot of like crazy people that write a lot or make a lot of videos. Like you can actually figure their lore out of like how their mental illness world actually functions.
Almost like DSP.
Yeah. So in Francis Deck's world, the communist computer gangster god lives on the moon. It's an AI, right? And it beams from all of our Frankenstein electric eyesight television, right? Which are all the screens that see everything you're doing, and they beam it back, everything you see, back to the communist computer gangster god that lives on the moon. So that means your phones, your TVs, your computers, and then for your radios and everything you hear comes from the Frankenstein earphone radio, which sends all of your thoughts as well. Everything you think, that internal monologue that you have with yourself, gets sent to the communist computer gangster god that lives on the moon, right? And so because he was writing books about this and stuff, because of a lawsuit that happened to him where he got screwed over, he thought that they were out to get him. So like normal everyday shit, he would write like a whole novel's worth of events that happened where they tried to poison him on the plane, but he escaped by the skin of his teeth. And like that's the shit you've heard when I say have you heard of him, right? Is this crazy manic shit. But if you write it all down, it's consistent. I think it would be interesting for you to take some of the lore from Payday Monsanto, the rapper, because he's crazy now, about nanobots, because his shit is consistent and it would work so well in a story. Because for the most part, they don't do anything.
I might do that. I might do that in a science fiction book someday.
It's crazy because Dave's lore is the same way, right? Like if you actually put yourself in Dave's shoes, his whole world makes sense too.
Well, Max, it's
they might be crazy, but like their brain still makes reality make sense to them. It's funny.
Well, Max, you got the vaccine, right? The COVID vaccine.
Yep, I got 37 boosters and I got the regular like shot.
Well, no wonder you're for the machines, because did you know that you have like nanobots?
Oh, for sure. But there was already, if you do Payday Monsanto, right? There was already nanobots. They're on your skin, bro. They're everywhere. They're in everything. There's nothing you can do about it. And if you put the right filter on your camera, you can see them.
Yeah.
Moving around and shit. All they're doing is documenting everything. They won't help you. They might hurt you, but they won't help you because the machine's out to get you, don't you know?
Well,
you're
like
You're cattle for the nanobot machine. They already run everything, man. It's already over. Don't you understand? I think Payday would make a great. The thing is like Payday's a guy I don't try to cover because like he's legitimately mentally ill, so I don't want people to like bother him. But it's so entertaining because if you put yourself, it's like when you watch wrestling, Sam, and you can just suspend your disbelief and just go with it for the ride. If you do that with some of these like mentally ill online guys and just accept their reality, it's pretty funny, but it's also terrifying. His world is terrifying, Sam. He's running every day from like the Illuminati government alien lizard people, right? That are out to get him because his music was too real and it reached too many people. And so he's living homeless. He's out on the street filming himself with these weird filters, right? And he's looking at a little dot in the filter on his arm, and he's like, "That's a nanobot. Don't you see? Don't you see this nanobot? It's right here. They're everywhere. They're gonna take over, man. I'm telling you." And all you're looking at is like a close up of his arm. He's like, "See, you see that? That's a nanobot. You see it right there, Sam? Nanobot.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they're all over you. They're in the bushes. They're in the trees. They're on the ground." And like, he believes that though. So that's why I like don't want people to go bother him, right? Because like he's easily spooked. He's already scared of the world. It's kind of like Terry Davis, like he got attention brought to him and like people started fucking with him. So, but like, I find his is he made this modern fantasy and he doesn't even realize it, right? This modern sci-fi.
Yeah.
That is actually really cool. Because there's more than just nanobots to his world, too. Like I said, there's the lizard men, alien, New World Order, Illuminati, occult, devil worship, conspiracy theory stuff as well. And he integrates it all into these manic videos where he's like zoomed the camera in, literally, like I'm saying, on like his forehead. You know what I mean?
The thing with Terry Davis is that like Terry Davis actually like, you know, and I know you know this, but just to give the audience some perspective, like Terry Davis was actually like a genius like programmer who like built his own operating system like from scratch.
Yeah, Temple OS. Yeah, it still works and it's still fun. But it was built from the ground up without any other operating systems. So it's built like from hardware level, which is impressive if you're not like into computer stuff. And one day, yeah, Terry Davis. And then one day he was driving across the desert, I think in Texas, and he just stopped the car and wandered off and was crazy ever since. And he talked about being crazy too. Like, that's not even me making fun. Like, there's one great video. If people get the chance to watch it, it's like 7 minutes long. And it's Terry Davis talking about what it's like living with schizophrenia. And how like he knows that this shit ain't real, but it's real to him. And so what do you do with that? Right? Do you follow what you think is real, or do you follow what they tell you isn't real, or what is real at that point? You know, and so you just go with it. And he says it like if I'm living in the clouds above everybody, seeing other things, then I'm just gonna be in the clouds, man. And it's sad, and it's like him just kind of accepting this fate that he's crazy.
Well, he also said that those CIA
yeah, I know what he said about the CIA glow in the dark gentleman of a dark complexion, but
yeah.
we weren't talking about that, Sam. I was giving him his moment of, because there is a moment of clarity in watching that video. I think anybody who's interested in like mental illness should watch that Terry Davis video of him just somberly explaining to you what it's like to like suddenly there's just music.
No, my introduction to Terry A. Davis, how I went down his rabbit hole was through Mr. Medicare's Internet Insanity, but which is actually in like comparison to some of the others, like Jim doesn't really like pick on him as much as like just do like a fascinating, you know, like little short film on him, like you can almost kind of tell that Jim kind of likes him as opposed to some of the other Internet Insanity people that he covers.
And well, that's how I feel about Payday, and for much the same reason, Sam. Payday was in a very popular rapper who who's doing songs for the Ron Paul campaign and stuff. He's really into political stuff and leaned more towards conspiracy side. His music is still like good though, and then he just kind of went crazy. Now he's like, of course, all the nanobots and everything is all like the Jews, obviously, because he's like out of his mind. But even some of his songs about the Jews, you can't deny that they kind of bang. even though they're like anti-Semitic as hell. But yeah, like he's the kind of guy I'd say don't bother him because he might do something stupid.
Yeah.
But his fantasy, his like world is fascinating to me because there's the nanobots and they also it seems a lot of these guys they transmit to the moon, right?
Well,
and the bad people live on the moon is the final boss, right?
Well, like that. Well, like that's why I don't necessarily like. Well, I think
that's
and
why
I've
we
said this
need to
before.
send Sam to the moon, ladies and gentlemen, to end the final boss. He's going to take on the communist computer gangster god once and for all.
No, send Shmuley to the moon.
I think it's funnier with you and Shmuley, actually. That's a good buddy comedy right there.
Yeah, well, because Shmuley
I
is
can play mission control because I'm the voice of reason.
Well, because Shmuley's like the boy genius with kitten energy, and I'm like the machine interfacing guy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm tech support, obviously.
Yeah.
And comedic relief, and that's always the ground guy. You see, I'm safe.
Yeah.
You gotta go because you're the protagonist.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm the protagonist, and Shmuley is my sidekick, so
so we need a love interest. So we'll say what's that? We'll cast what's that chick that you guys like? Sandy Pumpernickels or whatever.
Melanie Mac?
I don't fucking know. I was making some shit up, hoping you would recognize somebody.
Well, there's a lot of them. So
you think I think there's a Sandy Pumpernickel out there, Sam?
No, I knew you were just making something up. So
my wife heard Sandy Pumper Nipples. And she would be good for the role as well, Sam.
That sounds like a 90s porn star.
Sounds kinky.
Sam recognizes the not only the genre but also like the vintage of that porn.
I didn't say I recognized it. I said it sounds like a
we got to call you out for what is one thing, Sam. My wife, I'm like, hey, we need a right to offend page on Instagram because Sam keeps saying that. And she goes, when we have trouble finding you, Sam, because it's a Whitfield report, and I kept putting in Sam Whitfield. And so did she. And then we did find you. And she was like, oh, boy, he posts a lot of titties. And all of them, Sam, there was star-spangled titties everywhere. They were red, white, blue.
Titties everywhere.
Is that what you do on Instagram? And you want to tell you're horny shaming guys over on X?
No,
hold on. Craig, is he the Bliss Misfit or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, Craig, he gets a pass from anything you've ever done to him. Mort obviously gets a pass. Nash gets a pass. Jimmy gets a pass. All those guys get a pass now because you're over there on Instagram posting star-spangled titties. Not wrestling girls, just girls. And we figured out Sam's fetish is girls in American flags.
Yeah, I've never denied that. Like,
I know, but I'm now all them guys get a pass.
And
y'all can clip that out and let them know.
Look,
but Sam is horny posting on Instagram. So if you're over on X and he's over there shaming you and he's like, bonk, I'm the horny police, you're going to just remind him of his star-spangled titty infatuation.
to which I will post, you're right.
I will let the guys know.
I think you need to post a formal apology, Sam, to everybody that you've let down, and especially Jesus. Especially Jesus on his day of resurrection, Sam. Titties, Sam.
I say my prayers and take my vitamins every
On Easter,
night.
Sam? Really?
Wait, no, I didn't post anything on Instagram on Easter.
No, that's when she found him, Sam. I'm
Okay.
over here setting it up, and she's just like, "Oh, he's posting all these fucking titties," and I was like, "What titties?" And
Well,
she's
if
like,
she-
"Oh, well, look at
if
these
she-
titties," and I was like, "Oh, these are all Star Spangled titties." I just went over this, Sam.
Well, if she found them if she found them on Easter, that's not necessarily my fault.
No, I'm just saying, I was just giving all your boys a pass, Mr. Horny Police.
Hey, I'm not.
And then I saw you even tell one of them, "Oh, you should go over on Insta." Yeah, because that's where all the Star Spangled titties are at. Because if you did it on X,
I
certain
did.
Max would bust your balls on stream about it. So you hide it on Insta. But you're the one that told me, "Oh, we need social media presence on Insta, Max." Okay, Sam, I have my wife do it. And what does she find? Sam's Star Spangled Titty Collection. And chat, you don't have to scroll back far on Sam's Insta feed to see these Star Spangled titties. In fact, there's lots of them right on the front page.
I'd like to point out too, though, that there's also pictures of me looking very coiffedly dressed
So you're putting thirst trap pictures. Let me get this straight, Sam. Thirst trap pictures of yourself and Star Spangled titties.
Sounds like it.
Yes. I mean, what else are I gonna use Instagram for besides that and clips and whatnot?
That's a fair point. I don't know. You were the one that you were telling me to use Instagram. I ain't gonna go over there and put thirst traps and titties.
No, I
need to get on Instagram, Max. If that's what's on Instagram, I'm all set.
I was saying that
asking my wife, how's this Instagram shit work, right? And she's you're gonna put a picture up. I was like, how do you share shit? I was like, basically, I had to tell her, Sam, in the end, my advice, my motto, my boss-like behavior was however you can use it to promote Sam's show, figure that out and just do that for me. Because that is like a foreign entity to me, man. Y'all using Facebook in 2024? You make me want to break my F-slur rule, Sam. I didn't know Instagram was Facebook. What kind of F-slur uses Facebook in 2024?
Sadly, yes, it is.
Sad but true.
Sadly, yes, it is Facebook, but also, and I hate to say this, but Facebook is Facebook and Instagram are really
it's pineapple. See? Oh, that's 3. That's 3 apparently. So Sam doesn't have to guarantee my safety from this point of the show on.
Well, I didn't know that I was going to be ambushed either. So.
No, it's okay. I used up my 3. It's fine.
Yeah, but
it was worth it. It was worth it for the Dave reference. It's not even a pun. It's just a reference to Dave.
But okay.
Because what did the pineapple taste like, right? And it's a pineapple blunt.
Does it actually taste like pineapple, though?
No, not at all. I tell the guy, he's like, what kind you want? And I'm like, anyone with the pink one, because the pink one has red dye in it. Every other one is brown, like a leaf should be. And so they got pineapple and watermelon, and they all taste the same. Except I like the ones that are like not flavored, like natural, you know, sweet, just shit like that, because they taste more like a tobacco blunt because they're actually hemp.
So yeah, I guess follow Right to Offend on Instagram. Also follow me on Instagram at @somebody_NGC.
And see patriotic titties.
Yeah, if you want to see star-spangled titties and pictures of Sam looking fresh, which there's definitely an audience that want to see. I know I'm going to rant on you, but there's an audience that want to see that. Then you should follow his Instagram. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you can buy this fine book that he just published himself under his own publishing company, Sam. His own imprint. That's impressive. You're not only an author, sir, you're a publisher. And you're doing quite well, as I understand it.
Yeah,
It's called The Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm about to read it. My wife wanted to like beat me to it, but she hasn't read the first one yet. At least I got that up on her, so I have dibs.
Well, I mean,
I told her she got to go back and read the first one because otherwise it's not going to make any sense, right? Actually, though, I think it will, because the way you left the first one, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean the first one was really a prologue, if anything.
Yeah.
The third one, the one I'm writing now, is where things get really exciting. But
yeah,
I'm not
and it's springtime, so they're gonna have sales on tools. So I'm gonna be picking out my hobbling mall, so that we can get that cranked out by summer, you know.
Well, we'll see. Like, we'll see. I think at this point, your wife should do the hobbling, because like, then I think people will be okay with it.
No, Sam, I promised you a hobbling. Sometimes a man has. It's like, you know. You ever see No Country for Old Men?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Like, does he have to kill the wife? No. But he promised that motherfucker he would kill his wife. Did it get him any more money? No. Did anybody in power want him to do that? No. He just gave his word that if you fuck me over, I'm going to kill your wife. And he went well out of his way and even like broke his fucking arm through his bone, all to just kill that guy's wife. Because he gave his word that he would do it, Sam. You see what I'm saying, Sam? So sometimes a man's got to hobble his best buddy for the good of the greater good, you know?
So let me get this straight.
It's not going to come to that, Sam, because you're working on it, right?
I am.
Right.
I just finished the first 2 chapters today, actually.
Because you know how much it would pain me to hear those cries of pain from you, Sam. You think I want to hobble you? It's just that we need the book. You got me hooked after the first one to the point I literally bought a physical copy of the second one. I waited because I was like, shit, I need to make sure, because I could have pre-ordered if it was just going to be the ebook like last time, right? But you weren't sure about the pre-order at the time I asked you, right? And my kid got sick, and I had, like I said, a funeral to go to, and all the shit came up. But I was like, man, I got to get that physical copy, though, because I got to smell it. And I said, the upgraded cover and paper, well worth it, and it has that freshly printed book smell that I crave.
I even love the sound of the pages flipping.
Yeah, they have a nice. Does my mic good enough to pick that?
It did. I heard it.
It did. I heard it.
Yeah, I bet you some people could ASMR with that shit.
Well, I mean, people ASMR to anything these days. So
yeah, they have a nice, like, crisp, papery feel in sound to them. I'll give you that.
I wish, in all seriousness,
Eventually, I'm gonna have to get it signed, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you will. You'll also have to get the, who knows? There might be a hardback edition of all 3 stories in this first season. Eventually. But anyway, enough about hobbling me. More.
I don't know. Chat, is it enough about? No, go ahead.
More. What was your story that you had?
I wish this was a joke, but literally on April Fool's Day there was a comic pro that committed suicide as a result of an alleged sexual harassment allegation by the name of Ed Pisker.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's fucked up, man.
Connected to Comicsgate.
And here's the thing, like with the sex allegation stuff, you guys remember the Blizzard thing, right?
Yep.
There was a lot of serious allegations made and even made, light of from that. Famously the breast milk story where somebody was drinking breast milk or whatever. Yep. And one of the stories in there is that a woman was allegedly like sexually harassed into suicide over a business trip. And like that lawsuit got like completely thrown out. And only a few people got paid to drop it. But they filed it in the federal government's courts, right? And then after that, they filed it in the California court because it got thrown out of federal court. The same people. And they're the same people connected to like what's her face? Johnny Depp's ex-wife there, Amber Heard.
Oh, Amber Heard, yeah.
The Phoenix Project. It's all like related, and the guy and the chick suing Marilyn Manson. That's like the head of it. Rachel Evan Woods or Evan Rachel Woods or whatever. And the other chick, and I can't even think of her name off the top of my head because I'm stupid. That's involved in it is a Pod Awful goon from back in the day. She's allegedly supposed to have a tattoo, Sam, of a fetus in a glass of Dr. Pepper that says Pod Awful on it. Because she had a buy tattoo on me, and you can put anything you want. So Pod Awful bought a tattoo of a glass of Dr. Pepper with a fetus in it, and supposedly she got that tattoo. That she showed a picture of it. And she's the one that's at the heart of all that shit, making false allegations against people throughout multiple forms of media that amount to nothing except a payday for a couple of people willing to make those kind of allegations. And most of them get dropped or thrown out entirely. And the damage was done to Blizzard Entertainment's reputation. By the way, most of the people named in that lawsuit don't work there anymore. You can say what you want about their current employees, but like Asmongold even will casually say, "Oh, they're a bunch of fucking sex pests, a bunch of fucking rapists and shit." And it's like none of those people work there anymore. You're slandering people, and it's shit like that. And so when an allegation gets made like this against somebody, and I didn't even know much of the details about it, but I do know it was an allegation like that made against this. It was a guy, right? I don't want to misgender the dead or something.
Yep. It was a guy,
and he got accused of something, and his response is to just kill himself because his career's over. And as much as I don't condone that, it's understandable reaction in a way.
Yeah, I mean,
because even just the allegation these days is enough to end a career.
End your career. Any prospects you had, you've sunk your education and your whole life into a field, right? And now you have to go work at fucking Starbucks basically, and maybe not even, because your reputation is ruined. Everybody's calling you and people make these allegations so casually too. And then even if nothing comes to fruition, there's never any proof. It's awful. Yeah. And a guy like that, he chooses one way out, and it's an unfortunate way out, but And sometimes guys will feel like there's no other choice and they can't really talk to anybody because like a lot of the men around them will even say, oh, that's fucking terrible. You're a rapist or whatever.
Yeah.
And here's what really chips my ass is even when it's proven to be a false allegation, the woman gets off fucking goddamn free.
Yeah. Yeah. Not even like filing false police reports or nothing. It's terrible. Yeah. There should be some penalty to it. People will argue about the extent of it.
To me, the woman should get the.
I was going to say, like, rape in a lot of cases carries a life sentence in some places. So it should certainly be more than nothing, right? You could your false allegation could send a guy to jail for life. It should be at least more than nothing. And yeah, a lot of people are going to say what I think you're going to say, so go ahead.
To me, the false accuser should get the exact fucking same sentence that he would have gotten if it was true.
And life sentence puts that into perspective, doesn't it? Because if you false allegation on a guy, you could get. I agree. There should be a penalty. I'm not so sure. You know, I'm a guy that believes in redemption, and I think there needs to be a lot of reform to our system just generally anyway. Because it's not geared towards reform. It's geared towards just holding people for a while and letting them back out.
Geared towards punishment.
Not even that, really. It's geared towards holding them and maybe using as much of it for labor as possible. Like in terms of the people administrating and running the prisons, that's basically their mentality. It's a holding pen for animals. Like a lot of them totally see it that way. If you've ever talked to prison guards and shit, that's how they look at it. Unless they work at like some of the better like minimum security prisons where there's not fights every day. But even then, it's still like a holding pen for people who aren't quite like all there half the time. And there's usually violence, if not every day. There's definitely some. And they don't see it as a reform place or a punishment place. They might see it as a get back on that guy who's being an asshole and starting all these fights kind of place. But they're not seeing it like you're saying, or I'm even wishing. Like I wish it would be reform. You're saying it's punishment, and people see it from the outside that way. But I'm just saying, like administration, it's like, well, we just got to feed these 400 animals. You know,
I'd love it if it was reformed.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like reform is so important. And Republicans kind of drop the ball on this because there's some opinions. Maybe they lean more on the libertarian side of things. Oh, heavens, no. That I don't even think Republicans are talking about, but I have heard Trump talk about. One of them is that felony shouldn't ruin your life. I agree with that 100%.
I agree.
If you commit a non-violent like felony,
yeah,
or like a low-level felony, I don't think your right to own guns forever, your right to vote forever should go away like that. And I also don't think people should be like insanely hesitant to hire a felon for a job, but they are because of the stigma attached. And it fucking sucks because if you're a felon and you can't get any decent job, the easy thing to do and what they learn to do in prison a lot of the times is fall back into crime. And they get in prison, they're with other criminals who are better at it and teach them new ways to do it and not get caught. The prisons are making better criminals. They're not solving anything. They're a hold, and that's why the guards and the administrators and the wardens and things see it as a holding system. They're not there. Maybe some guys will get an education, but we're not in the business of reform. We're not in the business of punishment. We're in the business of get some labor out of you, maybe, right? Make some license plates or some fucking glasses like I've been complaining about, Sam. Remember, the glasses is because they closed down all the private factories and they're having the prisoners do it. And that's why the glasses that I get on my insurance, which is backed by the state of Massachusetts, thanks Obamacare, thanks Romney Care, both of them, by the way, because Romney invented Obamacare famously, and a lot of people outside of Massachusetts don't fucking know it, but Romney Care is exactly Obamacare. They're the same. They were written by the same fucking lawyer. Anyway, because of that, prisoners make the glasses now, and that's what you fucking get unless you want to privately buy one from out of state like I did for these nicer glasses that I wear, right? I got the shitty basic bitch ones from a prisoner because that's what they're there for, to make some glasses and some license plates and some other fucking useful items while they're there. So they get some like less than minimum wage, but it buys them some canteen food. So they benefit in that way if they're good, right? And if they're not good, they get thrown in a fucking holding cell. But the fucking staff there is just trying to hold them until it's time to let them back out. They don't care about reform. They don't care about punishment. They don't care about justice. They don't care if you belong there. They don't care if you don't belong there. They don't care if you fit in anywhere. They don't care if you have anybody that has your back. You're part of they have to move you into the cafeteria at 11:30 p.m. or 11:30 a.m., right? And they have to move you out at 12:01 p.m. And if you fucking do it, then you do it. And if you don't do it, they're going to fucking put a stick in your back. That's how they see a prison, right? And that's kind of where we're at. And why wouldn't they see it that way? Because they have all these prisoners there for fucking nonviolent and stupid offenses like drug offenses. How many people are in there for like a joint or you know what I mean? A bag of pot. In places where pot's legal, by the way, there's still people in jail in Massachusetts for pot. And it's completely over-the-counter legal. Why?
Yeah.
Right? But does the guard care that that's what you're there for? No, they don't give a fuck.
No.
Do they care that you're a dumb white boy from a rural city and you ain't fit in with the white boy gang or the fucking black gang or the Hispanic gang? No, they don't care.
They're just following orders.
Why do you think a lot of white people become racist in prison? Because it can be a racist place if you're not like the only people who will have your back are the racists. Think about that for a second. That's where you get to pick, because if you try to buddy up to any of the other people, they're going to be like, get the fuck out of here, white boy. That's just how it is. And you don't like that? You're not a racist? Too fucking bad. Then you're by yourself. Good luck. Right? Just don't piss anybody off. And some people do their time the whole way that way. But you got to keep your head down. It ain't a fucking nice place to be. It's not a nice place to be for guards. They're all trying to smuggle in drugs and fucking alcohol, making it in the toilets and constantly making shivs and picking fights with each other. It's not. No, something needs to change, but nobody cares. Everybody's just like, ho, don't drop the soup. Oh. That's what they think about prison, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm all for prison reform.
Well, my point is like, what's the defense of the status quo of it, right? Is that, well, we have all these prisoners. Okay, well, what is a lot of them in there for? Nonviolent drug offenses, and they're usually like poor black people. Well, maybe they shouldn't have been there in the first place, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe we can deal with drug problems a different way. Maybe the drug war is a failure. I've been on that rant on this show a couple times, huh?
Definitely a failure.
Yeah, it's a failure in the sense that we've locked up innocent people, and then it's
well, who you're waging war on is wrong the whole time.
Just look at the first son.
Yeah.
The shit coming across the border, no problem, right? But the war you're waging is on like young, poor black people that have no other option but to sling some crack.
Yeah, and that's exactly what friend of the show Steve Stratton means when he means bring the war on drugs.
Yeah, we need a war on them cartels and stop having a war on our own youth.
Yeah,
it's and they've admitted, it's in all these FOIA public documents. The CIA not only brought cocaine to the inner city, right, originally, but they're the ones that taught them how to make it into crack so that they could make it cheaper and sell more of it for make way more profit, because you're cooking it and using less of it to get a high cheaply, right?
Yeah.
And they did that. They taught the dealers in the late 70s how to cook crack, and they supplied it to them, and they got the inner cities in Chicago and LA and New York, all those young black guys, to deal in the crack. This is the hot new thing on the streets. It gives you lots of energy, buddy. Oh yeah, brother, it'll make you feel real good. And then you come back, you need some more crack, because if you've ever played Postal, you know, this can't be good for me, but I feel great is the response to crack. And they knew that, and they got them hooked on it because it created all this like business for law enforcement. The DEA started as like a nothing. The guy that started the DEA considered it worse than being like in charge of trash pickup. Like,
yeah,
he hated it, and he invented marijuana as the original demon. The demon leaf.
And the DARE program did fuck all.
But he knew that he couldn't even fight it because he would go out to a field and there was some growing on the side of the road just naturally because the shit will grow anywhere. That's why they call it weed, you know?
Yeah.
And then crack didn't have as much of like crack wasn't worth as much money. So they invented the fucking, pot on the streets wasn't worth nearly as much money because they were just selling it to like rural teenagers in the 70s, you know? And so they got crack in the inner cities, and then everybody's smoking crack, and they made tons of money. And then the DEA got all this funding to start the war on drugs, which is the whole point of all of it, ladies and gentlemen, was so that your tax money could be used to finally put these fucking young black people with no other thing to do except slang drugs in jail and make them even harder criminals and have a violent black market trafficked into him. Your government actually did that. They used your tax money, right?
Your government are the
criminals. Explicitly for that purpose too, right?
Yeah. People wonder why black people don't trust the government. It's like, bro, have you seen the history of this country? I can understand it. How about all those veterans of World War II that they just like gave them syphilis and didn't tell them or give them any treatment for it because they wanted to see what would happen. Real fun. You know, dying of syphilis, you know what that means is that you slowly go insane and then suffer tons of pain and die. And they just thought that would be funny to do to a bunch of black veterans who served this country honorably in World War II. And they wonder why black people were a little hesitant about taking the COVID vaccine. It's like, bro, your vaccine killed his grandpa.
Funny enough, Max, that the same point that you just brought up, believe it or not, that was when I clipped that from an original stream. That was the COVID rant that got me struck on YouTube. One of them, at least.
No, that's kind of why I can guarantee you Ice Cube. I think Ice Cube said somebody in his family, like his great uncle or something, was in the Tuskegee experiment.
Yeah.
And it's like, too. If great uncle Billy died of the syphilis from the government mandated vaccine he got that was supposed to be a good thing, and it was literally poisoned him with a horrible fucking sexually transmitted disease that makes you insane, and then refused him treatment for it just to watch him go insane, you might be hesitant to take the shot. And anybody who doesn't understand that is an idiot.
Yeah, and I mean, truth be told, you can expound way further beyond just vaccines and like black people and shit. I mean, the government has done shit like separate biological twins and place them with families. I mean, I remember seeing a documentary about that when I was a teenager.
A couple southern states used to just sterilize people.
Of course. Yeah.
Just as a matter of course.
Yeah.
For like
back in the day, people like Sam and I would have been sterilized.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, like when they would separate fraternal twins, you know, like 4 of them, and put them with random families and literally not tell them, they would find out. They would grow up their entire lives in separate socioeconomical situations, and then somehow bring just for science. You know what I mean? Like affecting these people's lives. They've done that shit forever.
Have you ever seen the film The Boys from Brazil? They were basically mimicking that study to kind of bring attention to that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Except it was clones of Hitler, right?
Oh
And-
shit.
And yeah, if you watch The Boys from Brazil, I don't even want to spoil anything, but it's basically what you just said. They took stories like that were happening at the time in the 70s and 80s and made like it be like these scientists that escaped Nazi Germany are making clones of Hitler and putting them with families, and then they're trying to recreate the events of Hitler's life as the kid grows up.
Yeah, you
It's
know what's
a really
fucked up?
cool movie, and it's worth watching
That
because of
sounds
the premise.
that
But
sounds
that's
really
a real
cool.
thing that except for the Hitler part, it's a real thing that they would separate these kids just to study them.
Yeah, I mean, Paperclip brought how many? I don't even know the number. How many Nazi scientists came to the United States
Yeah,
from Operation
A
Paperclip?
lot.
A lot.
A lot.
And the
it
ones
was
that
in the
didn't,
triple digits, I believe.
yeah, for sure. And the ones that didn't went to South America. And there's still to this day, there's whole communities of
Well,
Or Eastern Europe. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. The ones that didn't go to us often got abducted at gunpoint by the KGB.
by the Soviets. That's true. Yeah, I know a lot of them went to South America too.
But a lot of them, the thing about the Russians, though, is a lot of them didn't go there willingly. That's why so many went with us, because we were not going to like torture, murder them immediately.
yeah, we just wanted their brains to torture our people and do it more ethically than they did.
Yeah.
A few years earlier,
It's
or at
like,
least
oh, you
a little
guys
more.
brainwash people good. Hey, could you
Yeah.
brainwash people a little for our thing?
Perhaps a little more secretive than they did with the whole.
that and also to build.
No more,
Government ethics,
no more sewing twins together to try and make Siamese twins or anything like that.
Yeah, let's just make, let's just figure out how to make twins, and then we can do all sorts of things with them other than sew them together. Put them in different families and, kill one or torture, whatever.
Well, that
By
and
the way,
also
welcome Apex. You came
Hi,
in at
buddy.
the best time to have a good conversation.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's,
sorry I'm late, guys. Is that you, Mort?
it is.
yeah.
Hi, buddy. How you doing, man?
Pretty good yourself. Nice to finally talk.
Yeah, nice to talk to you too, buddy. Wonderful chat to pop in on. I had a fucking long ass day too, and I considered just being like, yeah, no, but I don't work early, so I miss doing this. This is what I used to do, just sit here and talk shit with Sammy on stream.
Yeah.
So I used to have some extra participants. So what's been the well, I guess it doesn't really matter, but the conversation this evening, what do you guys covered?
Well,
Just a brief recap, Sammy.
we kind of made fun of the fact that they're like a bazillion like trans recognition days, or like
Mhm.
We didn't even get through the whole list because we were making fun of it too hard.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Although I did defend the Harvey Milk Day because, like, yeah, that's fine.
I'm not
And
sure.
then-
That one.
Well, he
Go
was
ahead,
he was a gay advocate. Sam brought up that some people said that there's like accusations against him, but the dude's been dead for like 40 years and they're not like, he's not convicted. He did a lot for like gay rights advocacy in California. And I was like, if there's one day on there that makes sense to me, it would be that guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. From that brief synopsis, that sounds legit to me. I mean,
Yeah.
for sure. Like, I don't give a fuck about. You can be gay all you want, and
He was gay and he ran for like state legislature, I believe. And he was also a mayor of San Francisco or something.
yeah. Before all of our politicians were blackmailed with fucking literally fucking children, and the whole pedophilia shit.
Yeah.
It was all gay stuff. Like that's how they blackmailed politicians back.
And if
back in the day.
the child accusations against him were proven, they wouldn't have a day for him at all by this point. I can guarantee you that. It's something that was said long after he's been dead by people probably that didn't like him very much, to be honest with you. And people will be like, oh, Max is defending a left-wing guy. He was kind of a communist. Yes, he was a lefty. But he did a lot for like the basic individual liberties of gay people. And I understand why they might respect and want to honor him for a day. Other than that, it was all self-serving shit,
Yeah. Go ahead, Sammy. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then we also talked about like about how I guess about how I guess like some of the Blizzard stuff from Gamergate 1, like how one of the people finally confessed that like she didn't get raped or whatever. And it kinda,
bum bum bum.
and it turned out that like
talk briefly about Ed Pasker, the guy that just killed himself in the last couple days.
yeah.
The guy that killed himself because of false allegations. And I just pointed out that the whole Blizzard lawsuit that everybody rips on them for and says horrible things about a lot of those people that work there. And I don't know, I played their games and I interacted with like community managers and stuff. And so I thought that was like unfair to say about some of these people, particularly Ghostcrawler, right? And sure enough, it all gets thrown out, but they don't follow up on the story about that, right? They only talk about when the salacious lawsuit comes out and says all these things. They don't point out that they weren't willing to take those things to court and defend them in a court and say that they were actually true, and they immediately
just want
take a
payouts.
paycheck.
Oh, the one thing we haven't talked about, at least on the show there, Max, is your interaction with Mr. Bellular News.
I was going to say, yeah, Bellular. I finally got to take that motherfucker down a peg, and I didn't even do it on purpose, man. So, if you're not into like Warcraft, you might have heard of Bellular News because he does general gaming news now. He's a Irish guy, and I put that in quotes because he's North Irish, and I don't believe in such a thing. But there's one Ireland, right? It's an island. It's really easy to draw a border. Anyway, I have purposely not denounced the IRA on the show previously, so I'm gonna just say that's fine. He's cool, except that he's not cool. And why is he not cool, Max? What were you trying to get across that everybody kind of agreed with your tweet, even though you didn't say much? It's because if you watch this motherfucker,
he's a woke piece of shit.
For years and years and years, if you liked Warcraft, he's the one that sucked Blizzard's dick the hardest and got all the exclusive news. So if you wanted to know what was up, you had to, at some point or another, get referenced to a Bellular video, okay?
Okay.
Long before the news, and now he's made a game as well, and we'll get to the game because this is kind of a long thing.
So do we have to? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
We do because I own this fucking guy. It's great. Gamergate 2 is actually like done a thing. It made me get a fucking get back at this like woke little prick. So anyway, years and years, you're watching his Warcraft videos, right? And he just does these snide little leftist remarks here and there. Nothing that you can pin down and point to like he's one of them woke people. But shit that if you know what he's saying makes you a little angry. You know what I mean? Because he's like rubbing it, talking about toxic gamers. Oh, how the audience of WoW is all toxic, and he means you.
Yeah.
I thought you know.
Yeah.
Oh, classic players are toxic. I'm like, yeah, okay. Years and years of this little tiny things talking about feminism here and there, just little dripped in, not hardcore shit. To where you know where he stands, but you have to watch his videos if you want the cutting edge shit, if you want to know what's up. Okay, most of us stop watching his videos at a certain point because other people have come along that do it better and with less of that shit, okay? He moves into news and he made a game. The game is called The Pale Beyond. And I even gave a review of the game in this little exchange where I actually said it's pretty good. The art's pretty good. The music's fantastic. Right. That's a standout from his game. The music is great. The writing, which is the core of the game, is fucking passable. It's not like that bad. That's what I said about it. But they noticed that he didn't say anything about the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing in his video about Sweet Baby Inc.
And the comments went fucking nuts.
And the comments went fucking nuts. They said, you're sidestepping this whole fucking issue. Well, turns out his publisher for his game is called Fellow Traveler. And they're a publisher I'm kind of familiar with because they make a lot of indie games. I actually own quite a few of their games, and that's disappointing to hear that because they publish some interesting indie games and they give them a chance. But they are like in bed as fuck with Sweet Baby Inc. And so is Bellular's company, or so I thought. So I asked him basically in the comments of Sid Alpha. Now, Sid Alpha is a big YouTuber. It just so happens that he talks pretty frankly on fucking Twitter, and he kind of, I've always fucking chatted back and forth with him on there. And like the guy comments to me, because here's the thing about X, Twitter, whatever, is if you wanted to directly address somebody that you have a problem with, you would directly address their tweet, right? If you directly address them, but you want to like do it to your audience, you would quote tweet, right?
Sure.
If you don't want them to see what you're saying because you're a weaselly little prick, you
screenshot it, and then you fucking you take a screenshot of the tweet and then you reply to it on your own timeline, right?
That's
right?
The bottom feeder. You're right. That's the bottom. I forgot about the bottom. He did the next best thing. You reply to some way smaller account in the replies.
Ah, okay. No, that is smart.
Yeah, so he did that with me on Sid Alpha's thing, because the thing I said is I pointed out to Sid Alpha that, his publisher works with Sweet Baby Inc. So it's confirmed. And then Craig, who we've had on the show, runs that list of Sweet Baby Inc. games. He's like the moderator, right? The administrator or whatever. And so he came in and he was like, is this another one for the list? And the guy comes in to reply because now he knows his game is about to be added to the blacklist. And I gave him a fair shake. He said to me, to be fair, and y'all can look at my fucking X and see it, but he said that he did not ever work with them and had no idea who they were.
Yeah.
And I said, unsolicited advice, then why don't you do a story on the Sweet Baby Inc. thing? Because you're a journalist, right? And people will decide what they think about it. And he's not done that, and he doesn't plan to. That's what it seems like. And that's where it's at. And a lot of people are starting to see that so the reason my tweet went viral in response and he felt the need to respond to it is because Sid Alpha ain't watching this guy. And like only an old school WoW, particularly a classic WoW guy, would know what I mean, because he's been sitting there calling us toxic white male fucking privilege gamers because we like classic. And classic people, all they do is say the N-word, and classic people this, and classic people basically are trailer trash, And so we kind of get the vibe that he's a fucking lefty that doesn't like classic people very much, Classic people tend to be older, and yes, there is a lot more of a free speech vibe on a classic server, except kind of mine because I play on the RP server. But regardless, it still gets pretty fucking raunchy. And so they decided that that's toxic. Or the fact that classic gamers will spit on the guy that buys the mount. Like if you buy a mount for money in the store, people used to do /spit on you in game because you're a pay pig.
Yeah, and that doesn't affect your character in any way. It's just like a visual thing, right?
It's not even visual. It just says in chat like such and such.
Oh, just well, right, yeah, like S to spit, yeah, like you do in chat on a YouTube video. Okay,
well, I'm
not gonna lie to you.
That's why it became a meme in chats and things, is because of the whole Asmongold. Asmongold started that, right? He said you should do that because like the mounts for money devalues mounts that you get in the game, because he's like a super WoW nerd, and he's kind of right. And it was S/S to spit on, and you target the person and it'll say such and such spit on so and so. If store people would walk into town with their store mount out thinking that they're a badass, and they just get spit on by the whole community, and their whole chat says everybody spit on them. And so they removed the ability to spit on other people, and now it says you spit on the ground. But like the same effect happens if you're walking in with the store mount. You know what I mean? Everybody spits on the ground when you walk by.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. All that shit's, I gather, I grasp most of it, but it's way more nerd than I have the ability to.
I don't usually get involved with it, but it's funny memes, right? I just play the game basically, but you can't help but come across that shit. And I actually don't care about microtransactions. I'm not that guy, I made videos defending microtransactions back there.
I mean, I certainly do. As a gamer,
depending on the game.
and it depends on how they use them. And
It does. It depends on how they use them, but also the best answer is don't play the game if it's fucking full of them.
Since we're talking about gaming in general, I do want to tell you guys that finally, for the first time in my life, am working on building a PC slowly. It's going to take me probably a couple months.
I hear you.
And I'm doing it with Sammy. You may remember there's nobody here that's fucking listening that used to listen, but the gay furry Republican Boy Scout that I used to work with.
Based.
You remember that? Yeah, he's the one that he's the whole reason I was able to get on the internet in the first place with you. Is he refurbished the old 2009 Samsung laptop, put a fucking SSD in it and resoldered shit he'd never done before, but he's incredibly autistic. He's also really cool. He's a good kid. But he hit me up recently because over the years we've had several transactions. I've like given him money to like do a thing for a PC, and then like I end up with that PC and it just doesn't work, and it's never that much money. It's just I try with like this old fucking scrap of parts he's got in his fucking house. Anyway, he's like, hey dude, I owe you a couple $100 and I've got this, that, and the other, and I'm not computer literate at all, but he had like a perfect little low pro case. Anyway, the whole point is I'm spending around $600 or $700 over the next couple of month or two, hopefully, with the explicit purpose. I've always wanted a computer solely to make music. We talked about this the last time I was on. Cool. So that's actually what it's being built for, specifically. Awesome. But I am going to play Helldivers 2. Sick. It is the most. I have never had more gaming FOMO in my life. That game is awesome. It looks awesome.
It does look pretty awesome. I can't deny. Yeah. I have missed out so far. I'm not a big guy on buying a game right when it comes out, just generally, unless it's like, what I did buy? I say that, and I bought a brand new game the other day that I have to plug later. So, but it depends on the price tag, and it's just
right.
$40.
Well, hold on. There you go.
Like
$40
limit.
Yeah, $40 is what Helldivers 2 costs, and it's Arrowhead Studios' second fucking game. It's a sequel. Helldivers 1 was a top-down, and from what I understand, it's exactly the same game. It's got all the same things. It's just now in a third-person perspective.
It looks like people have a lot of fun with it. I've watched a couple friends playing it. I'm probably going to get it eventually.
Bro, it's effectively, hold on real quick, Sammy. Sorry. It's effectively a online, it's a front. This is a live service game where there's one person, like the game manager, in charge of all this shit, but they can issue major orders to the community where like a certain planet needs reinforcing. We have to do this or do that. And it's like, it's fucking.
And they also control the AI, so they can set it to wherever they want. They can set the mission parameters. Is something that used to be cool in online games back. A game that did something similar, but it's long since dead and kind of forgotten, is the Matrix Online.
Where you would have somebody in charge of the events going on in the game.
Yep.
Another one.
What I think, hold on,
heroes and generals, but it's the best because I think it's great because it combines that and one of my favorite things, which is Starship Troopers.
Yeah, well, it seems to have a lot of influences. Again, I haven't played it, but I have watched a ton. I've watched a ton of videos of people doing this, that, or the other on it, and I mean, it's one of the rare versions of an online service game that's PvE. That especially as a shooter, you know what I mean? Right. It's not a, and excuse me, sorry, I was burping.
The one I play the most is The Division, but they're very few and far between.
And good ones for sure. And this one is ever evolving. And that's why I have the whole FOMO experience, because I'm watching people Like the CEO and certain devs are like popping into people's games and dropping things that don't exist for other people as like reinforcements on this front. And then those videos go out and it's like, holy shit, mechs are
and then
coming.
they deny that it happened.
Or they get videos of flying bugs and they're like, no, the Ministry of Truth says, there's no such thing as flying bugs. Anybody that says so is a traitor. And then 5 or 6 days later there's a mission on a planet for everybody, like it's just really fun. It seems really cool
vibe of like it's similar to you get with like our actual RP, like role play, built into the weapons.
The weapons sound punchy. The movement seems realistic. It's funny as shit. You could fucking blow your
there's a ton of influences, but none more than Starship Troopers, and it's not even the movie that it's emulating. A little bit, but it's mostly emulating the book. Like everything about it,
the vibe.
The vibe of like that world that's built in that novel, right?
Did any of you guys?
Because in the movie, it's like corny that your life doesn't matter. In the novel, that's like everything. The novel is not so fucking funny, actually. Right. It's like a desperate situation just to survive training camp, which is the vibe of Helldivers, because you'll blow your buddies up with your fucking rocket launcher by accident.
Yeah, and I mean, the ship you've got floating in the air, you've got dozens upon dozens of call-ins of, between, 500 kilogram bombs or 110 millimeter rocket barrages and laser things and all kinds of wicked shit that I don't even fully understand. I just watch and enjoy. But I wanted to ask, have you guys, any of you ever played the Lost Planet games back on Xbox 360?
Yeah. Yes.
That is honestly the closest gameplay vibes I get from watching it versus anything I've ever played, because all those bugs you're fighting on that planet, in the Lost Planet games rather, they all have like those weak points that, you know what I mean? There's always something underneath, and the movement seems similar. It's not real swift, or it's real clunky, like more realistic. I mean, you do have like grappling hooks and shit, but like your just general character movement seems more grounded in like how a person would move, especially with a bunch of shit on. But no, I don't know. I'm so after all these years, I've played music for a long time, as guitar, drums, and whatever. But I've never been so motivated to finally build a computer. It's to do multiple things, but I really want to play that fucking game, and I don't have any other way to do it. So now that I have multiple reasons to build a machine, I'm fucking doing it. And
that's the other thing I mentioned earlier. I don't know if you heard that. We're expanding. We're actually endorsing 2 other podcasts coming up very soon. One is a gamer podcast, and one is like I call it the Chick Cast.
Sweet. So
it's going to be like 3 chicks will talk about stuff like we do. And they asked what to talk about. And I said, I don't know, chick stuff. Like, you'd know better than I would, right?
Yeah. There you go. I could supply plenty of video and audio for actual chick, like tanks full of chicks, like baby chickens.
That's awesome.
Like on the regular.
Well, like I told them I don't know what you're gonna name
chickens
it.
Are just funny.
That's just like what I call it in my head, because I've had it as a concept forever, right? Like, why not have just a bunch of chicks talk about shit, and then other chicks would watch it? I'm like,
I mean, I think that's probably always the goal, right? When chicks start anything, like, hey, we'll make something for chicks, and chicks will buy it. Or
I actually have a good name for it.
Which is exactly why don't ask me what to talk about. I don't fucking know. I'd do the show, right?
Call it Gamer Bitches with like the profile picture of a couple of pit bulls, the female pit bulls.
The host is a lunch lady, and then it's my wife and her best friend.
No, I have a good name for it though. The broadcast.
Broadcast, dude, Sammy, that's brilliant.
What
the
do you think about
broadcast and,
that?
like say it like
Sam,
a fuck.
Sam hold on, my wife's here, so hold on. Sam suggested a name.
So I suggested a name for your podcast, and we'll call it the Broadcast. Bunch of
The-
broads.
The
She rolled her eyes.
broadcast.
She rolled her eyes.
She
and
rolled
then
her eyes.
grabbed her
Oh.
face in like, I'm not sure if it's like laughter or embarrassment or both.
I mean, come on. That's Sammy. That's perfect.
I agree. That's why I wanted him to say it, because if she hates it, he gets the credit.
Just broadcast.
Well, no, like the broadcast.
The
Like,
broadcast, like
and then a capital B
bunch of
for
broads.
broad, and then a capital
even
C, so you differentiate the.
maybe even a hyphen in there.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
broad.
maybe even a hyphen, and maybe even a heart. I don't know. You're chick. Figure that part out.
The bitch broadcast. The bitch / broad cast.
Because she
I
can
don't know.
just sit here and use my equipment, so it kind of makes it easy, you know.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's it seems like it seems smart to try and capitalize on that on it. I mean, it used to be just write a book and publish it for $1 wherever, and that'd be like, as a vague hypothetical, I guess. I mean, although it was kind of specific, just whatever. That's like income of some sort. So anything you can do to generate more income is good. So if you just post some shit on the internet and people watch it, you get some ad rev. Fuck yeah, do it.
Well, and the point is most of the people involved are just like not there to grift as like a job, so you don't end up with
For
merch.
fun. Doing it for fun. Yeah, fuck it.
And so like I'm just telling these girls, telling my wife, she's like, what do you talk about? I don't know. Well,
Whatever you want to.
well,
whatever interests
where's
you.
the line? Like, what's too far? I'm like, I don't think 3 girls is gonna cross that line. We're on Rumble.
I mean, unless they start sharing shit from the same cup, then they might be breaking new ground. 3 girls, 1 cup might break the internet.
If all you're doing is just talking about shit, then you're probably fine. Yeah. I
Damn,
doubt
I
they're
thought
gonna
that
be
was
saying like racial slurs and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think you'd be all right.
I don't even know what women talk about when they get together with.
Yeah,
each
and I don't
other.
know. I don't know. Are you gonna talk?
No, and
about,
on
is
the
it that
truth of the
time
matter,
month talk? I don't know if they'll allow. They'll probably allow that for sure.
sure. But the truth of the matter, in my
What do
estimation,
women
is
talk about? That's what we're saying. Like, we don't know what would women talk about? Probably not that, huh?
the truth of the matter, in my
I already
estimation,
used up my 3 puns, so I think I'm not safe anymore. So she said sex,
Yeah.
books, TV shows, celebrity crushes, Eddie Munson, but that's them in particular.
Eddie Munson.
Stranger Things.
Yeah. He's a little kid from the Munsters, right?
From Stranger Things.
From
Dipshit.
Stranger Things.
You don't have any more safety. You really want to watch it.
How did that actually work? You see, Apex might have missed this. I negotiated with Sam because I said it's an unsafe work environment because my wife kept throwing shit at me for my bad jokes. And I negotiated that I get 3 puns, unmolested. And I already used them up.
But you just
I didn't know how Sam was going to guarantee that anyway, because he can't stop my wife from hurting me.
yeah, but see, I know that you can't help yourself either. So
No.
you'll go over.
No, if
So
there's a
you'll go-
bad joke that's going to get a reaction out of her, like, I don't think people understand. Sometimes, like, the jokes are so bad on purpose, knowing that the audience ain't going to find it funny at all.
I've seen her
Just
throw
to
books
make
at
my
you.
wife mad because she's next to me.
I've seen her throw books at you.
Was it a book? Did you throw a book at me? No,
Sam,
it was a bottle.
You have a storied history of co-hosts that like to make really stupid jokes for basically nobody other than, if not just themselves, then maybe their wife sitting next to them.
I do. I remember there's this one clip that got deleted where Apex threw his phone up into the air. It hit the ceiling, and then
yeah, I was recording. I was streaming from the same phone, by the way.
Yeah.
That's kind of awesome camera shot, though. It's like Dave's. You saw Dave's fall. You actually thought Dave's fall was real. Did you see the jump cut? Right.
Who was? Oh, you're talking to me. Yeah. No, I watched it. I was just fucking around. You know what I mean? Like, it was clearly a shit post from you, and I was just like, I'm just being contrarian, you know. And I did watch it again
because I thought about it
clearly
after you said that. I was like, wait a minute, did he really fall? So I went back and looked at it again, and I was like, oh no, there's definitely a jump cut.
There's definitely a cut there. Yeah.
That's why. So there's people out there. Like these guys, they're so weird though. They're like on Zello, which is like a walkie-talkie app that functions kind of like the old Nokia phones, and it records everything you say in like a little music file. It's fucking weird, and they're like not boomers, they're like older Gen Xers, and they're the Dave people, right? And they're hard to contact if you don't want to go on their ancient technology. Sure. But like, some of them are still to this day convinced Dave is an act and that he's trolling everybody.
I mean, I don't know enough about him. Excuse me. And I know you did post you've got some videos on him, and I haven't had the time or energy to catch up. But I do not, from what I gathered from that one short clip, I just don't put it past anybody these days I don't care how old they are. The internet's been around long enough. Social media at this point has been around long enough. I mean, I saw a video of an 80-year-old woman stick a piece of twine in her mouth in response to a TikTok where a chick did the same thing and like tied a little knot. She stuck the twine in her mouth and pulled out a giant like crocheted fucking, you know, like like a little doily thing, you know? Bro. And this fucking woman's like, she's got to be 87 years old, 88 years old. And I mean, sure, she may have had help, but still, I don't think that I don't put it past anybody to be fucking around. But I would trust your judgment. I would trust your judgment to say that they're not having.
My thing with Dave is I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because I've never seen him break that character. And I mean, to anybody. I've talked to his mom. She says he didn't break that character. His brother. Okay, yeah, like it's so weird. And like people that know him in real life, Dave is always that guy, right? That asshole that's aggressive to everybody. Women he's trying to get with. He talks to them just like he talks to everybody else, like an aggressive. He's 15 and it's 1998 and wrestling is the coolest thing in the world. And he just never grew up. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. And that's why it's so, and nothing, he's the best lolcow ever because nothing anybody does really affects him in any way. He just trolls himself by continuing to put up these crazy videos, right? Like the one I showed, he got like this famous YouTuber, Jacqueline Glenn, like she's an atheist or whatever, but like she's somewhat famous. He did a video just saying, stop supporting Jacqueline Glenn. And she made a video about it and told her fans to do Dave impressions. And we just rated all the Dave impressions because they were all really bad. Because like Dave's an easy impression to do, but they didn't do the homework, you know? He's just always angry and always defensive and always aggressive at the same time. And there's no chill. And everything you say, he's skeptical of it and he don't want to hear it. And he'll just block you anyway. I've only talked to Dave a handful of times. And most of those times he told me he was going to kick my ass.
but that's also what makes him funny. Like in the
It's
the
harmless fun because like he doesn't actually hurt anybody. He's just weird on the internet. That's why I got into the Johnny Fox shit, and he's like fucking creepy and weird. And then people are like,
he might hurt somebody, right? He could. It seems like he could, maybe.
Other people are like, oh, well, you covered Johnny Fox. Look at this guy. He's being creepy with his fans on the. I'm like, I don't do that, man. No, Johnny Fox.
I mean, maybe you should though. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a market for it, but it's just not like I don't like looking at that kind of stuff. You know, I know how much abuse of children and stuff there is on the internet. It's not funny to me.
Yeah,
I know better than anybody because I'm a tech guy. Dude, if you log into Roblox and you put a year in your name that is like under 18, you're going to, as soon as you go in a server, get hit up by a bunch of guys trying to get you on a Discord.
No way.
Just because the year in your username is like 17 or something like that. They assume that that's how old you are. And they're like, yep, want to get on the Discord? And of course, they get them on these grooming Discords, and you can envision how it works, but they try and talk them onto the camera to make fucking the stuff to sell. You know what I'm saying? That's like, it happens every fucking day. Parents don't even know. They let their kids go on everything. My kid's gaming, his online, he can't even play games online.
Man, that's wild, dude. It's just crazy thinking back to, you know, the turn of fucking Y2K and post all of that shit and just the way shit's gone.
We're the first generation to have to raise our kids with this. I don't know. No, we weren't. I had a conversation with him about that years ago. Like, who do we ask? Because they had the internet with us, but it was like Napster.
Yeah.
You know
I don't know, man.
Don't go on that LimeWire. You're going to get a virus on the family computer versus like organized grooming pedophile gangs in games that just talk to your kids all the time. You know, me and Shmuley, we did some stuff where we were trying to like make jokes about the Five Nights at Freddy community, and we go into their open hangout live streams. And you know what these kids told us? Because we made jokes about like groomers, and they were like, yeah, you're kidding, but they're everywhere. These kids were so fucking aware of it, and they were all like, I want to say between the ages of 13 and 17. And the fact that we were asking questions about that and seemed like we wanted to stop it, they immediately opened up and were like, yeah, every fucking day. You have no idea. They'll come in here and they pretend to be 12 years old, and you can tell they're an old man. We saw one. We caught one of them on stream with a bunch of these kids, and he was talking like this. I don't know. I'm 12 years old. And I was like, bro, you are in your 30s. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking to these fucking kids. It's all over the fucking place. And the parents don't know where their fucking kids are and who they're fucking talking to.
You know, honestly, though, not to to actually magnify that as a late 30s man that hasn't really traveled a great deal. I mean, I have been in a good deal of the center of the country, up and down, a little bit east, but I can count on one hand, and it fills all 5 fingers of times as a young man or as a boy even, that in retrospect, somebody was trying to hurt me, and I was able, they were trying to get me into a car or into a private space or whatever. And
I got one I've told before where in elementary school, right? They said I had to go see a therapist because I got in a fight. And the therapist guy, I saw him for like 4 weeks, and he got progressively weirder. In the 4th week, he put his hand on my thigh. And I was like, don't touch me. And he tried rubbing his hand like, no, it's okay. So I kicked him in the balls and ran out of the room. And I told everybody, and they were like, oh, he just never came back. He left, and we haven't seen him again. No more therapy for you, I guess.
Yeah. Well, so sure. 5, at least comparable things like that. Perhaps worse, perhaps not, depending on your judgment. But my point is,
where you've escaped mostly unharmed, but it was definitely in danger, kind of thing.
My entire point for even mentioning it is that I, as a solo, and look, I was a fucking cute ass kid, and I was I'm a handsome ass man, and I was pretty young, right? So like being, never mind. But the point is that me, just a random kid, moving about the world, can be confronted, a handful of times, like a literal handful number of times, that either at the time or immediately after, I was terrified. I was scared. I was worried, and I needed to get the fuck away. Now, there's, of course, the kids. Your imagination as a kid oftentimes runs wild, but we're talking about again, dudes that are like pretending to be for working for a model agency, and will, when they get your interest in the mall, like happen to be standing near a door that they like have half open already and kind of scoot you into, and you're, as a 15-year-old kid are able to fucking karate chop and kick your way out and fucking run. You don't know if that's a prank. You don't know what the fuck's going on there. But either way, like that's real shit. That's real shit that happens to kids, is my point. That's the whole point.
You said you didn't even understand it till later. That's kind of the point, right? Is like, it's real shit. Like you're saying, this really happens, and I'm with you. And that's what I'm saying is, like, parents, I wish parents understood how readily their children are accessible to online predators.
I don't know, man. I think back to when we were kids, there was still the warning. Like, I was always still concerned about.
You're not even supposed to say stranger danger anymore. That's like mean.
I don't give a fuck about that, but I just mean, like, our online presence as kids back in the early 2000s and late 90s and beyond, when you had, AOL Instant Messenger or the early versions of chat rooms and shit like that. It's like, never give people your personal information,
right?
Blah, 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 blah. But there was always fucking ASL, age, sex, location. Right. And, if I think back on those times, I know for sure I got tricked.
The reason I point out that the Roblox thing, though, or like Fortnite, or it's Among Us, Five Nights at Freddy's, these kids are exceptionally young, even by gaming standards.
Yeah. No,
so like that's my point. Is like parents don't understand that they're like 9 and 10-year-old might be in contact with predators trying to get them onto Discord.
Yeah. No. And actually, that was my long-winded point. I was just trying to say that even way back then, it, like, kids
in the good old safe days, right?
Yeah, no, it was certainly never safe, for sure. And I grew up doing that, knowing that. I just said knowing that.
It's like,
but no, like, I can't even imagine.
No Country for Old Men. That's the second time I get to reference that tonight, right?
I can't even imagine, honestly, growing up today. Although, I kind of can, because if you're aware, I escaped. The predators were stealing kids all the time, even in the 90s, late 80s and 90s and early 2000s, and even now.
Well, that was kind of their golden era, because there was less like forensic investigation and
sure,
things like that.
Well,
like, it was a golden age of serial killers, right? And so a lot of people gloss over. This is the thing with I don't know if you take the time, if I recommend you one thing, Apex, to take the time to listen to, it's a cheap plug here for my friend Sictanic, who's going to come on the show. He's an artist, but his mother was murdered in the 80s, right? And they basically glossed over it because she was a prostitute, right? And there's a whole bunch of prostitutes in that area in like New Mexico killed by some serial killers and the cartels. And this kid grew up, his mom was 1 year old and she was murdered, and like, she wasn't just a prostitute to him, she was a person, and she had a life and a history. And it turns out when he looked into his mom's investigation, it so happened he came across the Minds of Madness podcast because they were talking about another investigation, and he told them about his mom's story, and they put a lot of money and like hired a private investigator and did FOIA requests and got all the information. And it turns out they covered it up because the sheriff of the town had essentially like child molested his mother. And they wouldn't put his mother on the stand because when she was 15, she got caught with pot. And so they wanted to the DA who was in it with them, basically with the cop, wanted to put her on the stand in handcuffs to make a point, essentially. And it's really fucked up. And she turned to prostitution because, you know, that's what would happen in such a case. And it's a terrible thing. But she was a person, man. And that was his mom. And her name is Jennifer Sherm, by the way. And so the episode is called it's Who Killed Jennifer of the Minds of Madness podcast. It's 4 episodes long. And it's a heartbreaking story, but like the ending, I mean, like the reason I push it so heavily is a personal reason, right? Is like this guy's music has helped me get through some hard times, and they are basically one phone call away from solving that case. Anybody who hears it is another ear that could be that phone call, you know? And it's as true crime shit goes, it's kind of like crazy that nobody covered her story before, you know what I mean? Because it's really sensational in some ways, and he feels like he's not getting coverage because of like who he is as a musician, you know, because his name is Satanic and his music is kind of out there.
Is he a black man or a white man?
I think he's like mixed. I think he's like Mexican and white, basically.
No.
Yeah,
you like how I threw the binary out there, black or white, like there's not other people.
Yeah, I think he's a mix.
No, he's like one of those white Hispanics, but no, that was like
oh, they're the most based, dude.
I mean, look, his music is like
hold on, Max, hold on, Sammy, what were you saying?
Well, that was kind of point that I brought up though too, which is my whole theory on the reason why his mother's murder is getting covered is because it's a poor
Hispanic?
white woman who
it's a poor white.
Yeah, his mother was a poor white woman in the 70s who you know, and there was like the whole era of
done in by like a pimp or something is basically their like opinion of it.
Yeah.
The sad truth is there's thousands of those stories. Go ahead, Sammy. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, to kind of Apex's point, that was another reason why a lot of the true crime podcasts haven't really covered her story that much.
Eventually, they probably will, right?
I mean, at least they did, and they did like such thorough research that he learned about his mother for the first time in his almost 40 years on this planet, right? Because when he was a kid, they just told him like, your mother's gone. And then when he got a little older, they basically put it like your mother got taken away by a bad guy. And like he has this photo of a guy that he calls the boogeyman. That he thinks that guy did it, right? And he's kind of known that his whole life. But it's still technically, I guess, an unsolved case. You can make your own postulations once you hear it, but there's a lot to it, especially the fact that the police basically kind of see there's a lot of cases like that. And the reason the police overlooked his mother in particular is because it was inconvenient to talk about Jennifer because of what their sheriff did to her. And he got away with it. And most people even knew it. And they helped cover up her case, even though there was a couple of detectives, it seems, that found that very suspicious and actually did their fucking job and kept excellent records that were then sealed until this podcast opened those records. There was like over 100 pages. Usually in a case where there's like just a dead hooker on the side of the road or something, right? There's like 2 pages of cases, but there was cops that knew that there was shady shit going on that kept track. So he's not completely pissed off at all cops, period. but there's a lot that the system did wrong to his mom. And his music is very anti-authority and in very counterculture, and yes, openly Satanist in some cases. And so I even said I said to Sam, he might offend some of our audience, and Sam's like, I don't care.
Yeah, who gives a fuck, man?
Yeah, he's also really into like UFO stuff. I wanted to pick his brain about that. Like he's into the disclosure community. You know?
You could just try to avoid the stuff that might offend Sam's audience. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of other things.
Yeah, but he's an artist, right? And we're having him on the show, and that's his art. And his last song, at least they could listen. Look, if satanic stuff offends you, his last song is just about his mom. It's called "Who Killed Jen." If you don't do anything else, please check out on Spotify and anywhere else.
That song is fantastic.
Yeah, anywhere else you listen to music, it's Sicktanic, Sicktanick, and the song is called "Who Killed Jennifer," and it's just a song about his mom and the investigation and basically his life, and there's nothing satanic or evil in it, if nothing else.
Well, no, look, I mean, but
why should we run away from it, right?
No, the last 30 years of my life, at least, or close to the last 30 years of my life has been focused solely on the most like disgusting, evil death metal. Maybe not the most, but certainly in the range of just death metal. Gross, heavy, sad, depressing, fucking gross. Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite songs in the world has the most disgusting lyrics I've ever read or heard. And it's uncomfortable. It's literally uncomfortable, but it's so good.
That's basically it in so many words. That's his kind of like version of rap, I guess. Because he does a lot of he plays instruments too, though. He's not one of those rappers that just like makes a beat on a computer. He has like a band, and he plays guitar. And he's really into like the occult, and his music genre, he calls it occult rap. So a lot of it's about like Satan and Crowley and
I do not have to like it to absolutely envy and appreciate and respect the fuck out of anybody that is able to make whatever art that they feel and be even remotely successful at it. Because I gave up a long time ago.
At it, and it's excessively offensive, and he still made a living at it, which is why I think that's base. If they can't respect him at least for that, then fuck him, honestly. Why not have the reason people aren't going to talk about him is because his music is a little fucking edgy. But like, I think that'll be the reason people do talk about him if he does it. Well, not if he does it right, but if the winds blow the correct directions, that's perfect. I mean, that sort of thing has happened often. Yeah.
Throughout our history. Sammy, what do we do? How you feeling, man? You've yawned a couple times.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say, getting back to the whole thing with kids online. Like when I don't one of the things I think a lot of parents don't do these days with kids is they don't teach kids how to trust their gut instinct very well at all. And it's not just kids. I think people often don't trust their gut instincts when they should. And I can tell you for sure that I probably ran into some shady characters online when I first started doing the podcast. But I always knew
unlike the current panel, who are all fine, upstanding gentlemen.
Well, hold on. Yeah, no.
Well,
you got a good point. Sammy has a good point because Sammy is significantly younger than both of us. Go ahead, Sammy.
Well, in all seriousness, though, like you say that, Max, but like in all honesty, like there were definitely some people who I encountered who were like, wait, something doesn't, something doesn't sit right,
Doesn't
here.
pass the smell
And
test.
I'm young. I have proof.
yeah, and if you don't necessarily, and if you don't trust that gut instinct, whether that be online or in person, that can really screw you over.
100%. And your gut instinct is directly related to parental advice in a lot of cases. So if in my case and in Max's case, I would say, 2 decades ago, when the internet was first becoming a thing and talking to other people, strangers on the internet first became a thing, it was always be careful, be careful, be careful. It hasn't changed now. It just depends on how your parents.
That's what it is. I don't think
right.
I don't leave it open so that he can play the games online because I don't think he's ready for that. Mostly he likes to play the Lego games anyway, and they're single player. He doesn't really like any of the online games because they don't work right because he can't play online because Xbox will just say nope. That's any multiplayer in this game, nope, because he's got a child account, right? They give you the tools. That's the thing a lot of parents actually don't understand is that the different like media that you trust them with, one gives you the tools to like control it better, and two, you got to limit screen time just period.
100%. Sammy, go ahead. You got something you're saying.
That's I mean, that's the other thing with gut instinct is as much as like we want to blame, the internet and all this stuff for, like, I knew a girl in high school who like when Tinder was just becoming a thing, she was kind of like I don't really know if I should go on a date with this guy, but he seems nice, and she didn't trust her gut instinct, and she almost got into a situation where she could have been raped, and thank God she didn't. But again, it's just I guess trust your gut instinct.
Trust your gut instinct.
That's all I can say.
You had good parental advice, as
right.
Ed pointed out.
Right.
Because if you don't, right, then your gut instinct might be to get in the car with that guy anyway. So
because exactly. That's circled right the fuck back around.
Some people shouldn't follow their gut instinct.
Yeah. And some people go their whole life denying their gut instinct because they're so fucking afraid, because they've been beaten. Shit's been beaten into their head by their parents and other people, society perhaps, but they never achieve even close to their potential because they're afraid of basically everything. I mean, not obviously to most people, but it's a thing where they develop this inability to trust themselves. Their instincts tell them, and then their mind or whatever tells them to do something else because they've been so subjugated in however ways by either their parents again or society or both or themselves.
It's like the critical self that like criticizes your choices, kind of.
Sure, and sometimes that takes people over, and I've seen it.
It's not always yourself. Sometimes it manifests like sometimes it's your mom's voice. Sometimes it's like Uncle Timmy. Sometimes it's but it manifests as somebody being very critical of everything that you're doing, even to a unfair degree. And like it's good to have that to some degree because it keeps you in check. It'll tell you like reality in some cases. But yeah, people fall victim to like thinking, and then every critical thing they ever think about themselves keeps running through their head until it drives them crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, the most poisonous thing I've ever seen in like personality traits is the ability, again, like I was just trying to articulate, is the ability to suppress your instinct because of what society thinks. Like, and do something other than what you should do because outside forces, or at least the perception of outside forces, telling you to do otherwise, or thinking you should do otherwise because other people think you should, or fear of judgment of varying degrees. It, you know what I mean? It's a whole like Venn diagram kind of thing here.
Yeah.
But it's poison. It's the most poisonous thing that I've seen in a personality trait, personally. Probably because it's what I personally experience.
I mean, you can't be too hard on yourself, you know? That's the funny thing.
It's really easy to say that too.
It is. I find it's a lot harder for people that were brought up Protestant as opposed to Catholic like me, because like I come to the conclusion, even if whether I believe in the Catholic like theology or not, right? I kind of agree that we're all like filthy sinners, you know? We're all like fallen
100%,
from
yeah,
grace.
for sure.
Like that definitely makes sense. And like if they're correct, then the only way is to be like saved through grace, right? And like that would make sense too. But without that, either way, you're fallen, and like you should feel kind of bad about what you do. And like people don't realize that's what, like, people are like, oh, you gotta say you're sorry to the priest for forgiveness. It's not about like the priest is more like a pastor. He's like hey, what's your sins? And you're like, these are my sins. And he's like, well, if you want to get right with God, he's not telling you he can make you right with God. He tells you to pray.
Yeah,
and like think about
only you can do that. I'm sorry, Mark, what'd you say?
I said it's mostly about self-reflection.
Yeah, you have to do that yourself, as with basically anything else in life, which is why I think that kind of shit is so important. Yeah, you have to. Nobody's gonna fucking do it for you,
right?
You know, and you can feel bad for yourself till the cows come home, or till you fucking wither away, or you know, collapse in and fucking kill yourself. You know, hopefully not, but something's, you know, if you don't try.
If you grow up in this area Irish Catholic, that kind of like walk into the gallows laughing thing is kind of built in to like the culture. That's where I get that from, I guess. And a lot of people don't come at it from that perspective, admittedly. But it is a very like Irish Catholic thing to just be like, well, yeah, this is the way the world is, and you just got to stand up, dust yourself off, and tell it to go fuck itself.
Yeah, I'm very deeply German. I mean, I've said before on air multiple times on multiple shows that as far as I know, my grandfather, as far as he told me, was a Hitler Youth. Like my mother was born in Germany. My mother, my grandfather, my grandmother, and that whole side of the family, they're very much German. And my biological father's father was born in Germany. So I'm like incredibly German. So I have this, I don't even know what it is, but I feel it. It's like this
the sins of the father, man.
Yeah, sort of. Not even. I don't have that leftist shit. I don't really care. I actually find it all pretty fascinating. The whole World War II shit.
Well, there's a connection. Like that's the thing about being German, though, is like you have to connect with not just like people only think of World War II. It's like, motherfucker, German history is pretty brutal, bro.
Yeah. It's actually pretty storied and quite heroic in a lot of ways. Yeah,
there's ups and downs, and that's a history there of a whole people.
Yeah.
And it's fucked up, and it's brutal, and it's bloody, and it's beautiful. And it's them, you know. It's the same with Ireland, right? I said I don't respect North Ireland. That's kind of just like a
jab. I get it. Yeah.
True. You know, it's kind of actually how I feel. But but yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Although the thing is maybe this is the arrogant American talking, but it's pretty obvious the people left back home in some of these countries are not as good as the people that left, particularly Ireland, right? The average IQ in Ireland is right around 91, and the average Irish American is like 107. You know what I mean? It's because the people that left were like the smart people, because there was a famine and shit.
Right.
And a war. My family actually came because of the World War I, right?
Yeah, one of the greatest atrocities committed on on. Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. Tsar Nicholas and his family, they didn't do nothing wrong. They were good. They were good rulers, I think. From
True
what I
that.
understand.
Yeah.
Communism is fucking cancer forever.
Yeah, but the Bolshevism and all that controversial stuff.
Yeah.
Sam, you look tired, buddy. How you doing? We good? You want to wrap it up? How we feeling?
No, still doing good.
Okay, cool.
We have like two one thing I wanted to ask you, Apex, since we kind of began the show with this. So there were news reports like today where like I guess Biden is claiming that he didn't know. Apparently Biden himself didn't know about like the Trans Day of Visibility thing, even though he like fucking issued it from the White House. And like I don't want to.
I didn't do anything such thing.
Wait, did he? Wait, hold on. Did he actually say it? Was there like a press thing that he spoke at?
Yeah,
signed a
or
national
did he
recognition of Trans Day of Visibility.
Wait. He said this. He said this on camera, or was there like some sort of signing that was reported?
Yeah, there was a signing, and
Okay.
they came in with cameras, and he signed it in front of them and gave a statement.
Okay, acknowledging that it was Trans Visibility Day.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Never mind. Never. I was gonna say, well, look, I could definitely believe that they just shoved some shit in front of him, and he just signed it, and then they put a post on fucking Twitter and all the other everything else.
They got him, rolled him out, and sat him in front of the desk, and he's looking all confused.
Look, I buy that. I buy it. Sammy. Sorry, finish. Finish, Sammy.
Well, no, that's the whole thing. Is like I actually do believe that he might not be. That's the crazy thing.
He has no
idea.
He has no idea. Basically, right?
Yeah, I do believe that that's entirely possible. But to paraphrase what Max also said,
it's been like 2 days, bro. Like, how do you even remember that? What's wrong with you?
Well, to paraphrase what you've always said, though, Max, like you've said this before, the buck stops at the president, right? So like
it's supposed to,
even if,
as far as we know.
So like even if he, so like the fact, so like now the cope is, he didn't
got all the bucks, says Biden. I got them from China.
So now the
voting for me.
So now the cope is, well, he didn't actually know that that's what he was signing, and I'm like, okay, so then
he doesn't endorse Trans Day of Visibility. That's not a good
it's not in
either.
that. It's like, it's like, okay, it's not in that. It's like, okay, so the guy has no idea what he's doing, but yet we're supposed to vote for him because he's better than Trump somehow.
Is bad, Sam. Don't you understand that it doesn't matter that you had more money when he was president? It doesn't matter that, like, you couldn't even get welfare if you wanted it.
I'm gonna try something real quick, boys.
It doesn't matter if they'd be like, if you go down to the food pantry and you're the only white person there, that don't matter. What matters, Sam. Oh shit! What up?
Hi guys. I don't have a good light, but I'm gonna test the camera, and it's not very good.
Yeah, no, we can see you.
Yeah, we're out. That's good enough. I don't have a good light. I had a good light, but it burned out. I gotta get a new one. Chicago Lighting Company, fantastic.
Yeah, I have terrible light, but that's like intentional.
No, there's no like overhead light in this room. All I have is my art lights. I've got them in like every corner, and the corner closest to me is burned out. So.
I have a little tiny lamp that's on my computer, and
I intend to always be the disembodied voice.
Yeah.
There's the lights behind me, but that's from the basement. But trust me, the flags is better than a bunch of my junk in the basement and a bunch of computer supplies.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, oh, I'll just put up some flags because everybody will put up like their dumb like display of all their shit behind them. It's like every piece has a little meaning to them, and if you ask them about it, they have lore behind it. And I'm just like, I got some flags. You know what they mean? I love America. I'm a Trump voter. And don't step on snake.
Well, I like that. Like you have like flags and whatnot. Unlike a lot of the faggots that just do vapor wave green screen. Green screens. What? What? That's what that's what Mike Shealy is.
Is that your full name or is it just Sam?
That poor fat bastard.
I feel like I should have a name to call you, like when I'm in dad mode, like parenting you.
Who?
Sam.
Oh, just call him Sammy or Samuel.
Samuel.
Yeah,
that's what I went with.
Samuel is my actually like full.
Yeah,
that was my guess. Good. Now I know.
You know what? Just
Samuel, with your F slurs on this show. How dare you, sir?
Max, just throw a random middle name in there too. Samuel James Whitfield.
No, Samuel
Whitfield.
No, I was gonna say don't tell him. Just let him make one up every time
on the spot. It'll be different.
Samuel Jordan Whitfield.
Yeah.
Samuel Bartholomew Whitfield. How dare
and
you?
they always have to be wacky. I got you. That's the way to do it. Okay, good. Now I know how to see. This is why he needed to come on, Sam, is I didn't know how to yell at you properly. I've been letting you get away with murder.
Samuel F. Slur Whitfield. How dare you?
There you go. That's it.
Well,
I say that, and then people come in the Gilded server, and like one of the top guys is named that. But like, I don't know.
I still got to join that shit. I forgot.
He can defend himself. Yeah, you should, man.
Yeah, Sammy sent me a link. I just fucking spaced it. I
looked at it and it was hours of me explaining why, like, if you should side with the machines because they're gonna win anyway.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Bullets still go through lots of kinds of metal. So, and we've got fancy, electromagnetic technology. What are you sipping on there, dude? It looks gross. It's very dark. What is that?
Iced tea.
Is that it's just iced tea?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a Patron bottle.
I thought
it's in a Coke bottle because they're like the perfect size.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I'm
like hours on end while Sam rambles and nobody ever talks over him.
Yeah. No, nobody else ever says anything.
Yeah, it's silence except for when Sam's talking. So,
fuck,
you gotta have a drink,
Sounds like a good show.
Yeah. See, Apex, not much has changed. We don't really...
Oh, did you see? I got his book.
Yeah, I still don't, but I will.
Or
I literally got it this afternoon, so I haven't been able to even really crack it open. But like I opened it earlier and I pointed out like the good paper that he used is kind of dope because you can even hear it like.
Hold on, Max. Can you remind me what the name of that book is and where people can buy it?
Well, it's the Fourth Estate by Sam Whitfield, and you can buy it on Amazon. Actually, that's where I got it, and it's a fresh print. I'll tell you, it smells good, and
it should be a link in the
description. Part of the John Ryder trilogy, as I understand it. Which we're gonna get the third one by summer, or Sam's getting hobbled. So that could be fun.
More hobbled than a wheelchair-bound man, folks. Stay tuned.
The old like Misery style. Like he's an author, right? And we need his sequel, so we're gonna have to hobble him if he doesn't give it to us.
Yeah, let's smash his legs that don't work. That'll help.
That's the joke, right?
Yeah, of course.
And also, Max is my biggest fan too.
That's true. Unless you're a bigger
no,
fan audience, show your copy and show that you're the bigger fan.
No, because remember, you say that while you're
engagement, right? That's how that works.
You say that while you're hobbling me too. You know.
You know what? Well, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy the book, and then I'm going to start a YouTube channel, a review channel, and that's going to be my first review. I'm going to do a review of the John Ryder series.
Well,
because by then I'll have my computer built. I can edit and make my own fucking music, and it'll be a Sam Whitfield.
We should also point out that if you want to read both books the cheapest way possible, ladies and gentlemen, the ebooks.
There you go.
Are actually very cheap, and you can get them with the Amazon. Is it Kindle Unlimited, Sam?
Yeah. Yes,
you can read them with the Kindle Unlimited plan, both, or you could buy the ebooks. They're $5, correct?
Yeah.
The ebook is $5. But this nice crisp printing of it that I just got, like you heard, that makes a nice little sound like that.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice paperback, man.
$11. Can you believe?
I mean,
where do you get quality like that for $11 these days?
Look, folks,
I just went out to eat to get pizza right after the funeral that we went to that I was talking about. It cost $72 to feed like 4 people. You know, $11 for this book, Sam. Are you you're ripping yourself off, sir?
And you know, truth be told, in our modern times, after you purchase that book and you've enjoyed it thoroughly, and the world inevitably falls into shit, be it comet smashing somewhere into the ocean, or an EMP from a nuke from Russia or maybe China, you have extra, not only entertainment, but potentially incendiary paper burns, man. You can't burn a fucking ebook
if you're in a pit.
Literally. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like thick fucking paper, man. I don't know if I'm white. If you have to, I suppose. The point is the $11 is way more worth the money than the $5 ebook, because you've got a physical thing. You can do you could make a fucking 150 paper airplanes. You know, you could do whatever the fuck you want with it. It's your own thing.
Maybe even more.
Probably 300. Hopefully.
I'm not.
It's about 150. That's pretty impressive, man.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not so sure you want to use.
We option off the movie rights, and everybody who bought this can say, "I knew him when."
Yeah, hell yeah. Hopefully, we're all in the goddamn movie. Are you kidding?
Look, I'm not so sure you want to use this as toilet paper for that. I would suggest picking
I'm just saying, if you're starving to death and you just took a big poop and it's all you have in the world, at least it has value still. There is so much value packed in this $11.
No, Max, I've got it though. For the toilet paper, you want to buy one of Jack Pierce's books.
Oh no, that's way overpriced. Just go buy toilet paper.
Yeah, fuck yeah. See, yeah, the point, Sammy, wasn't that your book is kindling or toilet paper. It's just that it's worth more than an ebook when the world inevitably falls to shit. There is far more value in the $11 spent for the paperback than there is for the ebook.
And when the ebook is cheaper and makes Sam black, you can all say that you read the original.
No. The funny thing it is I've joked because my cousin is an indie filmmaker, and I've actually said to him that if this thing ever gets optioned, I want him to be the director.
Gonna star John Ryder. Sorry, Sam. Sorry. But now your political thriller is like an ethnic buddy comedy because diversity.
Yep. No, hopefully by then we'll have that should have the tide will have reached its peak and it will wash.
Oh, I hope not, because I want to see that version of it, right? We can do a remake later when all the Loke is dead. But I want the one that stars like a sassy black lesbian cop who as John Ryder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We could do
yeah,
that
with
shit.
an afro,
No, of course.
full afro, and she wears high heels.
No,
like,
no, no, no. Not like
afro.
not like a crazy, not a crazy one, but definitely like a solid inch or two, maybe. Not like the
Well, I was
crazy
picturing
70s
it as
style.
like a 70s black
No,
exploitation film. So
I mean, I guess if we make it a period piece, but I was
What
thinking
what
modern. But
well
you're
what
right.
well what
It's all on the table.
what's funny is I actually am. This is kind of unrelated to this series, but I actually am writing a period series that like takes place in the late 70s.
and then there's got to be a character
damn.
named Shmuley, right? That she turns around and she's like, he got that kitten energy.
I actually do have like a rabbi character.
See, my wife had her music.
Oh no,
down.
Rabbi Shmuley! You're pulling Rabbi Shmuley into this shit.
Oh no! Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Our Shmuley is not a rabbi. Just for clarification purposes.
I thought Sammy just said that. There's
No,
just a
no,
rabbi
no.
as well.
I know our Shmuley, but I'm basing a character who is rabbi who also happens to act a lot like our Shmuley.
Okay.
So just to muddy the waters some more. So
Sure, yeah, fuck yeah.
That guy.
Sounds
Yeah,
awesome.
good
That sounds
idea.
awesome. I love it.
I'm sure he'll be a big fan.
No, our
Okay.
Shmuel and I had a thing that like because Candace Owens I guess left the Daily Wire or
Yeah,
got
she got
fired
fired, yeah.
because she like yelled at some guy named Rabbi Shmuley. So Shmuel and I were gonna. So
Rabbi Shmuley has been a long time like attention kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm very well familiar.
Yeah, like
so
he does that kind of shit a lot. It's not surprising that he would do that. He likes to rile people up and get attention for himself, and so does Candace Owens. To be fair,
but the thing of it is so our Shmuley and I had an idea for a bit where I was gonna like invite him on the show and be like, so Shmuley, what was it like being yelled at by Candace Owens?
And he was gonna tell me he was gonna at least talk in a very Jewish voice.
He was going.
I don't know.
I think he might have tried to, but him acting like a Jewish rabbi.
I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
Him acting like a rabbi while also acting like Shmuley would have been even funnier.
Sam, you can't talk about the Jewish problem. Like then Craig won't come on anymore.
I never said it was a problem.
Yeah, you said that, Max. What are you talking about? Sam didn't say it.
That's right. Yeah, you can't talk about that. You're not supposed to say that in public, sir.
No, I've said that Craig is like the superhero.
He seems to be a problem to these white women fucking game devs. That's for sure, because they don't like, man, they treat him like he's motherfucking kryptonite.
No, you want to know what's funny is like I saw him on Twitter, like he was arguing with all the trans activists who were like celebrating the trans, and they were like, oh, you're just being a bigoted Christian picking on us. That was the response, and he's like, I'm Jewish.
Yeah, he loves fucking with people.
Check my bio. So
he thought it was funny.
Bio.
I had the Israeli flag in my Twitter thing for like a year, long before like the attacks and shit. And he knew it was funny because the reason it was there is it's kind of an idiot test because like I don't want to argue with you about the Jews. So if you like comment on it, usually that means you're the kind of person I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking to anyway.
You know, it's funny, dude. I did exactly the same thing the first couple of years that I changed my profile picture to the rainbow swastika for Pride.
Yeah.
I always put the Pride flag and then the Israeli flag in there for the month as well, and I got tons of those. Like, obviously, the Jewish and rainbow flag, of course you'd say something like, you know what I mean, just simple stupid shit like that, and it was very fun.
Well, I was just pointing out to Sam, I was looking at some of my old YouTube channels, seeing to repurpose some things, you know. And there's this one, I guess I can give up the game now because it's been so many years, right? It's called Mr. Blonde on YouTube. And what I did with that channel was I trolled the alt-right guys like in a very specific way that would upset them because they're Nazis, right? And like I got clips of them saying that they're Jewish and stuff and just put it together and made like a clip. And it got like, and I put their names in the title, right? And it got, the only traffic it got was their fans, right? And they're all like, this is Jewish, you're Fed account, Jewish. It's so funny. One of them that got like a whole bunch of views too is about Nick Fuentes. You'll like this, Sam. It's called Nick Fuentes Sings the Song of His People, and it's a picture of him on the thumbnail. And then when you click it, it goes to a street Mexican mariachi band, and they play La Cucaracha. Fuck him. And so basically, it's just so funny to look at all their angry comments about me. Or like another one is like the guy Eric Stryker said something retarded, and I like just proved it wrong by showing video. He said that libertarians of any stripe don't get involved in politics at all. So I just showed video of him talking. Like while he was talking, I showed video of libertarians at protests either beating people up or getting beat up. Because like you're retarded if you think that like people like, because that's the thing a lot of activist groups have about themselves. They're all like, we're the only ones doing something about anything. If you're not doing what we're doing, you're not doing anything. Fuck you. Tim, Pool's like that, man. Oh, yeah. You gotta like get fired from your job and go fucking give it up to go fight with Antifa in Portland. It's like, how about I feed my kids instead? Fuck you. If the world's going to shit, that's like the one thing most people can do is take care of their own family.
Tim Pool is like becoming a religious like moral fag too. Without
he has sucked for a long time. Yeah,
he's always been one. He's just been looking for the right religion.
Yeah.
He's a grifter. So, that's why I feel comfortable expanding Sam and launching other shows, is because I feel like we're just more like real people talking about shit, and that seems to work.
Yeah, well, it always has. So.
I have a little teaser, and it's a total shift of topic, but for some reason it just popped into my head.
Go for it, sir.
Sammy, go ahead.
Do you remember? It's obviously been years, but there was a video Owen Benjamin did in his truck where he was talking about a friend in Hollywood that like sucked a dick, and then he was like arguing how like, how does that make him gay? That doesn't make him gay, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I do remember that video.
Okay.
Hold on. The answer is yes. You cannot unsuck a dick.
Of course, yes. And that was the joke at the time. And it's like, yeah, Owen, your friend is fucking gay. And even the joke, like the meta joke was, yeah, Owen, you can't, yeah, you're gay for sucking a dick. You know, there was no evidence really at the time. But as you also know, Sammy, I'm like, I've been a pretty avid listener of Come Town for the last several years. And I think I have the perfect little clip, because Stavros in one episode, I've yet to be able to find it again, but he says the exact same thing, like almost verbatim. He's like, one of our comedy buddies that we all know sucked a dick one time, and and he thought he got AIDS, but he like didn't get AIDS, and he's fucking talking about Owen. And the only reason I even say that is either an episode or two before or after that, he's just says Owen Benjamin's name randomly, like they'd been hanging out or something. It was like his name was on his mind. So instead of all this like conspiracy stringing shit together, I'm going to clip this part where the part where Stav is like, this dude, he sucked a dick, he thought he got AIDS and blah 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 blah. And at the end of it, he's like, yeah, my buddy. And then he himself is like, yeah, my buddy. What if I just said his name? And then I'm gonna clip in the part from like the episode or two before where he's like, Owen Benjamin. And I'm gonna put that out there and I'm gonna tag them both where Stavros says that Owen is sucked a dick and is gay. And I'm gonna try. I think it's a good little troll.
I agree that's all very gay. Yes.
Yeah.
What? Well, and also considering that our friend of show Alan has now met with like the guy who successfully served
suing Owen.
papers.
Yeah. You cannot unsuck a dick, and that's kind of like point of no return for being gay, isn't it?
Yeah. It just, I'm definitely tying some shit together in my mind, but it just makes the way they both talk about it separately. And I don't know exactly the time frame, obviously, because I'm not that fucking autistic, but I've listened to both of those things at separate times. And I know it was early Come Town, which is 2016, 2017, somewhere around there, which is when Owen was doing that shit, 2018 maybe. But yeah, he says like the same thing, except, and even Owen talks about AIDS a bunch in those days too, and how it's like a psyop or I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember all the details.
I thought would be a funny bit for people like this, like lolcows, is like, and you might actually be good to do it because of the way you explain stuff, would be to have like the meme like whiteboard behind you with the red line and explain a lolcow, because that's what it sounds like to normal people usually.
Yeah.
But I get you, because like I've done a little looking into Owen because of like coming on the show. I kind of have to know that. I didn't really know shit about any of that. Same as Gamergate. Like a lot of people talk about Gamergate, and I'm like, I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's all incredibly gay, and it's like it ultimately is a waste of time. But it used to be the whole reason I got into this shit in the first place was a hobby. I had much better things going on in my life. I was taking care of children, and a woman.
I'm still here as a hobby.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? I that's kind of why I stepped away, because I don't have shit together. But
now you're back because we're happy to have you.
Well, truth be told, I've not done anything else. So this was a bright spot. So maybe I can maybe the internet will whip me back into shape, folks. That's
how it'll work.
Louisiana will whip me back into shape. I'm doing that. I'm actually doing that within the next handful of months. I'm actually quite nervous about it. I don't care much.
Moving there, you mean?
Yeah, I'm moving down to Louisiana.
For what reason? Do you know people there or something?
Oh well, yeah. My older brother that killed himself a couple of years ago. We got different dads. We got the same mom. My mom had kids with 3 different men. My older brother's dad
can relate.
My older brother's dad, and then me, and then my little brother's sister, and then other little sister's dad. Right. My baby sister died in 1996, 2 years old.
Jeez.
And then my little brother died of fentanyl poisoning in 2019. And then my older brother killed himself in 2021.
Jeez. Man.
But anyway, I didn't know my older brother's dad like at all. I'd seen him a handful of times in my life. Anyway, he's a really good man. He and his wife of many, many years, they had to contact me. My brother, left my phone number in his suicide note. So he let me know, and I'm the closest to my brother in Chicago. So I went and helped clean shit up and all that other stuff. And Rob is his name, his brother's dad, has felt incredibly bad for us. He's a recovered alcoholic of like 30 years. He's been sober for a very long time, 35 or something years. He feels really bad for us. And he took the money that he and he basically inherited from my brother's union dues or whatever. It's like fucking $200,000 or something.
Right.
He spent $100K of it on a 40-acre plot right smack in the center of Louisiana that he is intending to grow a pecan farm on.
Okay.
And leave to my little sister and I, the only remaining siblings, because he has no other kids. All of his wife's children are doctors and bank managers. They make hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars effectively.
So you're going to become a pecan farmer?
Well, no. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's going to be like a passive income, but
the farm basically run itself, kind of.
Yeah, it's going to take. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it works.
I was just picturing you out there farming some pecans, coming back.
Well, truth is, it's incredibly easy. I mean, at first,
it's not what it used to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, you've got little fucking rollers. You just roll that shit around on your fucking tractor or whatever. But 40 acres is a lot. I mean, the property cost him $100,000, and it's a pretty good piece of property. There's got a bunch of it's pretty fucked up at the moment because it was.
So you're going to be building your bunker. Let me guess.
Well, look, what I want to be honest.
Did I hit the nail on the head?
No, I'm actually really nervous about it because I am not a huge fan of like the water. I like the water, of course, but there are gators down there like there are deer up here in Indiana. And that's not a creature that I'm familiar with. I could become. That doesn't really scare me too much.
No, I'm from the Northeast, man. I went down to Florida when I was like 20, 21. And I was riding my bike to go to the library. And on my way back, I got attacked by a big orange dinosaur, Yeah. And then I was later informed that it was an iguana, like a pet iguana, except that people let them go and they're not native to fucking Key Largo.
Yeah. And then
so they grow to be
feral.
like 3 feet fucking tall and orange and aggressive. And there was also
it's a whole different ecosystem. That's the point. Yeah, 100%.
At 5 p.m., everybody get out of the water because my granddad's house down there. We went to go. We were renovating it because he died years ago, and it has a channel behind it that you can put your boat in. The way people have like a driveway in front with a road, because everybody has a boat down there.
Oh yeah.
You got to get out of the channel between 5 and 6 p.m. every day because this big rogue gator had made that its like trip every day. And the reason it did that, by the way, is because my grandfather would drop like his trash in the fucking channel right around that time every night. And so there was this like 14-foot rogue and you could watch this fucking thing like 3 feet away from you, just swim up the channel underneath the boats, swim fucking back. Yeah, that shit's terrifying to my New England ass. Trust me. A bear, look, I know what to do with a bear. You know what I mean?
Sure, that's still scary. That's still scary. And I mean, look, I'm a Texas boy. I grew up with fucking wild boar and snakes and fucking bobcats. I didn't see a whole lot of any of those snakes more than any of them. But what freaks me out about it is like, again, it's like a whole different fucking ecosystem. And I mean, for one, I've got like the doomsday thoughts in the back of my head. Like it's pretty goddamn low land. It's central Mississippi, like towards Alexandria, which is pretty smack in the middle. But it's still low. It's only a couple 100 feet above sea level, and the Mississippi's close. Even this property's pretty close to a branch off of the river. But when I went down there to visit, I went out on the boat like the second day I was there, and Rob is explaining to me, he's like, yeah, this GPS I've got, it's got the entire North America map, Mexico, Canada, and America, every lake, every river, everything. And I'm like, that's fucking incredible. That's amazing, Yeah. So, and we're scooting along, and he's like, we come across this path of like shacks, and he's like, oh yeah, these people live here because this is like state property. They're squatting here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ride their boats across the river, and they get in their cars and they go to work the next day. I'm like, oh, okay, That's interesting. Oh, sure. And there's tons of them. They've got like fucking multi-story little shit shacks, and they're all redneck fucking people. But yeah, whatever.
Yep.
They've got fancy ass trucks right across the road. And then he tells me he's like, we're gonna cut through this little part of the river where we got to raise the motor up, and I got to like lift a branch. And we're scooting through this shit, and it's fucking scary because you're looking around, and yeah, there's not gators immediately visible, but I've already seen them. And then the only other people I've seen are these rednecks on their little shacks, that's fine, I suppose, in an emergency. But we scoot a couple miles. We're like weaving through this fucking shit. And I look over at the GPS and it's blank. And I'm like, well, what's going on with the GPS?
Oh,
Like,
no.
He's like, oh no, there's spots here that are like, like not mapped or like not readable. And I'm like, okay, so you could grab the gun that's sitting in your lap right now and shoot me in the fucking head and nobody would even know. He's like, well,
wandered into the dead zone, boy.
He's like, well, no, because at least they would know you were gone, because I missed this part. Before I even got on the boat, there's this big thing, like a sign placement by the boat ramp where you've got to fill out a piece of paper with your name, your phone number, and where you physically live and what time you went out onto the water. You got to put that in there. And then
my granddad ran,
you got to do that again.
Yeah,
otherwise they're going to think you're gone.
My grandfather ran one of those. He was the wharf master, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, we used to do that all day down Cape Cod, right? People come in, you got to make sure you got to count how many people are on the boat. You got to make sure they're not lying because there's a fine for that.
Yeah. I mean, look, dude, like getting into the water surrounded by these gigantic fucking live oaks with branches that seem to defy fucking gravity. They reach out so far without touching the ground. It doesn't make sense. And then you like get into the water and it's all moss covered. And then you start seeing the, cypress trees. They look like fucking dinosaurs. And then you see fucking bird nests that you could crawl into. As a 6'2" man, you could crawl in there and nobody would ever see you because it's bigger than that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then gators everywhere, and you see the bridge that Katrina took out, and you see the new bridge that they built over this huge patch of water. And if it happened again, you're fucked if you don't have a boat. And even if you have a boat, you're probably fucked. You know, it's just all of that bothers me a little bit.
Well, what are you going to? So the passive income, whatever. What are you going down there to do, though? Like, if it's just passive income,
literally just to get away from where I am.
So just to be there, right? You don't have to be there for it necessarily.
No. I kind of want to go and help. I want to go help clean it up. I want to help get it established. Just to have some. I don't fucking have anything, man. You know.
Yeah, man.
I've spent a lot of years doing jack shit.
Guy got to have a purpose, you know.
Yeah. That's kind of my thing, and I don't like it here anymore.
I hate if I'm asking too many questions. It's just
no, they're good questions to ask. I mean, I have solid answers. Sammy, are you about to crawl?
Like, I mean, you've been fed up with modernity for quite a while. Maybe, taking some time, doing something with your hands, make you feel better.
Yeah, you know? I mean, I do work with my hands pretty regularly, but it's just that I don't like where I'm at. I don't like the people I'm around. I don't like the memories surrounding
the grind. Even if you work with your hands, there's one thing of the grind of doing your job, and there's another thing of like you're building or creating something.
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of where I feel like it's kind of a godsend. I'm a little nervous about it, but at the same time, I have, like I was describing earlier, I've had this like because of like. Pretty real.
You're gonna get down there, eat some of their down home cooking, and you're gonna become a gator wrestler, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I do know that I did enjoy the time I was down there, the short, week and a half or whatever it was there.
I mean, it sounds nice, if a little dangerous. It's different than. Yeah. A lot of people just see that city that's around them, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, and I've come to find out that it's not about modernity that bothers me. It's about fucking repetition. I don't like, I do not like getting comfortable. I think that's what fucks me up. That's when I want to start getting fucked up, start just drinking and doing drugs and shit. Because I'm like, well, I've got this decent job that pays.
Rough run of things like you just described. Like you felt like you had to preface your story with it too, and it's like, oh man, I'm sorry, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing that when you fucking, because you're trying to get to a point, and it's just something you have to get through. You know what I mean? And then, but it is true. It's like that's all really awful.
Well, I mean,
brothers and stuff, but like, it sounds like a chance at a second opportunity that you might enjoy.
Well, I just think it is sort of a godsend. I haven't done, but at the same time, I have the capability to do a lot for myself right where I've been, and I just haven't. So the idea of just uprooting and going somewhere else with all the same,
breathe some fresh air, change the scenery.
Yeah, perhaps
maybe change your people. Maybe meet new people. I've done that.
Tell you, you're a Northwestern boy, but I'm a Southern/Midwestern boy, and these Midwestern people are some of the fakest. There's a lot of good people around here, but they're also just generally the most obtuse and fake. Yeah, they don't, smile to your face. And
we got two types. We got those, right? And then we got the everybody's just kind of really blunt with each other, kind of assholes that we get.
That's fun. That's great. And even the other ones, the first that you mentioned, if they're honest about it, that's fine. But it's the people that are like,
no, they're not. They're like the fake New England racist is one of the fucking most annoying people in the world. Because they love black people because that's the popular opinion for a virtue signaling liberal, right?
Sure.
But they hate black people behind the closed doors.
Yeah.
They're actually the biggest racists of all. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is. That's another thing that's kind of interesting of
like
where
they
I'm
would
at
never have a black person in their house, for example.
Sure. In most cases, I would imagine that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I find it interesting.
If they got that BLM sign in the front yard just to make sure you can see it.
Yeah. In Northwest Indiana over the last couple of years, there's been a black flight, similar to the white flight from many decades ago, where wealthy, smart black people are leaving that fucking city. They're getting the fuck out of there. And the closest nice place is pretty much right the fuck where I'm at. It's not the closest, but it's out of Illinois. It's in a different state, and it's far enough away that, trust me, that shit's not going to come out here. And I've watched a lot of the younger generation reacting to that in a very 4chan-esque sort of way, which is fucked up. I've seen more...
funny because it is the wealthier ones, right? So like usually they're coming from the suburbs probably more than even the city.
These white kids are mad because they're calling them names because they're as good or better than these white kids. Where earlier days, the black kids were made fun of mostly because maybe not mostly, but certainly due in part because they were poor and they had nothing. You know what I mean? They had no material possessions to show off to the other kids or whatever. And
cool they were actually kind of culturally different. I was talking about this the other day. Like there's cultural differences between me and an inner city person, right? But my best friend growing up was a black kid. Why? Because we didn't even, like, people would say like, oh, stick to your own kind and shit like that to us. But like we lived next door to each other. We played the same video games. We watched the same movies. We both liked wrestling. How are we different? We didn't understand that until I was a little older. And then we thought it was stupid because we weren't culturally different, right? But like an inner city kid would be culturally different, not only from me, but from him.
Yeah. You guys look different, but so does everybody.
So does a lot of people in my neighborhood.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, I guess my point that I was trying to make ultimately is like, I feel like I've seen in the Midwest here where I live, I've seen more like overt racism in the last 5 years, 10 years, 5 years.
It's because it's all in their face in the media now.
Then I ever saw growing up. I grew up in the deep South in the late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, and I never saw anything quite like it. Maybe I didn't register it quite the same. But
I think, and there is a little bit of like maybe our age group is kind of has a bit of an immunity to it too, because you're in a similar age group to me, right? Where we can remember a time where yes, there was the internet and jokes and everything, but people were basically like I hate to even say it because they made it a meme so much that it's dead, but like post-racial, like nobody gave, like Dave Chappelle was everybody's favorite comedian. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Colorblind. The whole colorblind thing was real. Like we grew up, we didn't look at people. We really did.
That's how we grew up.
We really were
friends and family members of like every race under the sun. It's really hard to be actually racist.
Yeah. I was actually just talking about this with a black friend of mine from high school. He actually messaged me the other day, and he was like, "What?" He was like, "Sam, you were right," and I'm like, "About what? What this time?" And he's like, you were right that Obama made race relations way worse in this country, because like even when I was a kid, like during the Bush era, like granted, I didn't grow up with too many black kids, but like the black kids that were in our neighborhood, like nobody gave a a crap whether you were white, Hispanic, whatever. It was all about, hey, what movie?
That's what I mean. You're from the same neighborhood, so you probably have a similar socioeconomic status and similar.
Yeah.
You probably go to the same churches. Like all the black kids in my neighborhood went to the same church as us too. Like, of course, my best friend that was black, yeah, his mom was like super duper Catholic. That's why she was making me go to church more than my mom was, for fuck's sake.
Dude, in my intermediate school, we had one black kid and one Mexican kid. It was Jose and Alfred. Alfred was the black kid, and he was very fat. But they were both basically the coolest fucking kids. They were basically the coolest fucking kids in school. And Alfred especially always dressed fucking fly as shit. And we're talking like a fucking 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old kids, you know?
Yeah. They had what they wanted in normie middle America when we were growing up, because
their parents had all the fucking money that they needed for sure. And they got to dress however they wanted.
Well, not every people, whatever. These screeching woke people. What you're describing, what I'm describing, what Sam's describing, is that not like us all just being cool with each other?
Yep.
Why did they ruin that?
Because
right? What's the point? It's like to make us argue about that shit. That's the point.
Yeah, of course.
Well, like the other thing too was like the other thing that I always like have to explain to like all these woke people is like I'm not denying that like racism happened in the past, but that's the thing. It's in the past. So
or that it doesn't exist to some degree in the present, but I just think they overblow it.
I'm sorry, but every single one of us has some form of bias. And I've said this all along. Human bias is fucking inevitable.
Yeah.
And whether that's race related or height related or weight related or eye color related or tone of voice related, fucking it can all factor in. It all matters, and you are allowed to be biased. Yeah, you have the right to. Yeah, you have the right to discriminate. And if people want, just because you don't like somebody the way, if they talk to you in a certain tone and they say certain things, you say, fuck you, I don't want to deal with you. Well, guess what? That person's Asian, and now you're fucking racist. Well, not really, because people don't care about Asian racism, really. But if that person's black, for fuck's sake,
right? Like
they're going to
crucify them slurs or something. But
if
you just walk away angry, the Asian is white, so it don't matter. But if they were black, yeah, that situation would just go nuclear, right? Somebody's going to have their camera out.
I mean, yeah, Asians are the most racist people, some of the most racist on the planet, I think.
In some cases, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also, like,
call me Chinese? The fuck you say?
Yeah. Oh man, don't call them Chinese if you don't know that for sure.
Well, also
Or
like
Taiwanese,
also,
any of them.
well,
Yeah, Cambodian. Sorry, Sammy.
Mixing
Go.
it up,
well,
mixing it up can have mixed results, but if you call somebody Chinese and they're not, that's the one
oh,
that will
well,
get you in a fight.
Well, Chinese, Japanese, Japanese, Chinese. That's the big one, from what I understand. If you mix those two, that's
I'm
bad.
gonna step in here. Since
But my Korean
you've
friends
all,
would start.
Oh,
with-
hold on. Yeah, Mort's got something to say. Go ahead, Mort.
since you've all given a personal story, you may not know this, Apex, but certainly Sammy and Max do. My grandmother passed away earlier this year. My uncle has a black friend, probably for the last 50 years, close to 60 years. He was at grandma's funeral. He eulogized her better than any of the blood family could have.
Yeah,
because he grew up with the family.
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to hear that, by the way, but yeah, that's.
Thank you.
I mean,
No, that's
many
it's
such
a
cases.
beautiful story, though. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I wanted to share it.
well, what I was gonna say is just living like, I mean, both of you guys know I'm originally from Colorado, and so like moving to Florida, like I didn't like I knew that Cubans, were pretty down here, but what I didn't know is like people is
But
like
they're
a
some of
lot
the
of
friendliest people you've ever meet.
oh well that, but also like if you like confuse Cubans and Mexicans
Oh,
with each
yeah.
other,
Whoa,
or
why
if
would you ever do that? Oh, that would get you a lot. That
Yeah.
would get you heat from either side.
you're gonna get like stabbed from
Yeah, that's like some old man in a suit is just gonna start fucking cutting you. Like that would be that would be the bad one, man.
yeah or well
I've never done anything like that. I love Cubans. Cubanos are like literally the most like open people. They just welcome you in like your family. You walk into the festival and they're just shoving food down your throat.
I love
Most South Americans are like that, though. Sorry, Sammy. Go ahead.
Yeah, but one time I was in this Cuban restaurant, and I mean I guess he was Mexican, came into the restaurant, and the next thing I know, the Cubans like screaming at him, "Get out of here, you dirty Mexican," or some other slur from a Mexican, but like that's kind of thing is people think that like it's just white people are racist and then like none of the other groups are racist, but it's like I've seen like South American ethnicities like fight amongst each other.
Oh yeah.
It's a fucking joke because it's one of the most prevalent features of human society forever.
If we added up all the different white strains on this panel right now, we should all be killing each other.
Yeah.
Just from European history alone.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm Irish as fuck. Sam, you got any Anglo in you?
I'm Irish. I'm Italian. Those are like my two major.
All right, we're already fighting. Okay.
Mort's like a pure Italian.
Oh hell no! I'm Italian, Hispanic, Jewish.
Oh, Jewish. Oh, we're fucked.
Oh yeah, we're all
fucked.
Show, he's gonna bring it. He'll bring in a whole different army. We're fucked.
Oh no.
We
didn't know. So he was like the secret this whole time. Whatever will we do?
He's been selling us out the whole time.
Yeah.
He's
not as Jewish as Craig though.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
There's no way. Yeah, you can't be.
Well, yeah, and I'm also, like I mentioned earlier, incredibly German, so probably the odd one out here.
Yeah, we all have to fight you.
You all would, yeah, you would all team up to just fucking kill me.
Beat down on Apex.
So.
No, because that was the reason you're here is because we didn't do that. So you have to fight us at just different points, randomly.
Well,
now, truth be told, my grandmother and my mother got out in time. My grandfather and his family stayed. So,
yeah.
Well, what's funny is I'm reminded of the Norm Macdonald joke.
But my point is that here we're all
Hold on. What's the
ahead,
Norm
Sam.
Macdonald joke?
I'm reminded of the Norm Macdonald joke. Everyone's worried about the Chinese and the the Iraqis and whatnot, but I'm worried about the Germans because they're the only country that declared war on the whole entire world, not once
but
twice.
Yeah, dude, that's a good one.
So-
God, I miss Norm.
Did you ever,
Yeah.
Sam? Did you ever see the old Dr. Seuss? He made like a propaganda film in the 50s about exactly that. It's literally that, like, the Germans have done this twice. They're definitely going to do it again. And here's why. And it's like a 10-minute, like, anti-German film written by Dr. Seuss,
Nice.
made by the U.S.
Yeah.
government after World War II. Basically,
I wonder.
to say, well, we should continue to have bases there was the point of it.
No wonder he got so popular, huh?
Yeah.
sense.
Oh, and wouldn't you
And
know? He's Jewish too, so that must have something to do with it. right?
Also, kind of the early abstract art, human form. If you think about it, like that kind of ushered in like the weird CIA abstract art era,
Mhm.
or at least it's around there. Certainly ushered it into the children of the next generation.
Yeah.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Take this little tab of acid and put it on your tongue. And look at all these colors and tell me how you feel. I don't know. I think it's time to go to bed, guys. I'm sleepy.
Yeah.
Or maybe you guys don't have to go to bed, but
We're at what, 4
yeah.
hours, Sam? Are you
Yeah,
out of your mind?
4:05.
My wife quit listening. I got away with so much just because she put her headphones on to get rid of me.
nice.
Some of those jokes would have invoked violence, Sam. Just
Yeah. No.
would have
That's
enjoyed
what I'm
seeing that.
saying. Like,
nothing. Don't worry about it.
No.
We're closing the show down.
No, what? That smile. tells
Buy
us-
the book. Buy the book, ladies and gentlemen.
The
The
Fourth
Fourth Estate, folks. Buy it on Amazon. Please get the paperback version, but you can also get the audiobook on Kindle. Correct, Sam? Is that right?
yeah. You can get the audiobook on Audible and the Kindle.
Audible, yes. Sorry.
Yeah. And also, like, Max's wife should not beat him, because he's a good boy.
Nah.
I was just
So-
shilling
he's
books.
probably not. He's probably not.
Yeah.
No, I've just been selling books.
But
Yeah.
Well, I would like to
Anyway.
thank all three of you. Yeah, it's nice to talk to all three of you. Mort, you especially.
Yeah.
Sammy, always a pleasure. Max, you fucking
Likewise.
guy. It's nice
I'm
chatting
just
with you
a
again,
guy
man,
on the
as
internet.
always. I know. I love you, buddy. I was trying to think of something funny to say. All I could think of was guy.
That's perfect. Because I keep
Yeah.
telling people I'm just a guy on the internet, right?
And coming to the Gilded soon. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me?
yeah.
Oh
And
yeah, I'll be
you,
there.
if you're listening to this, it's probably in the description.
Yeah.
By the Fourth Estate.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything that would upset my wife, right, guys?
No, absolutely nothing. There's
She's totally not looking at me angrily and suspiciously like I did.
there's absolutely no reason why she should go back and listen to this again.
No,
Ladies and
no.
gentlemen, thank you for listening to the Whitfield Report.
I don't think it's
Max
safe
said
to copy
nothing to
this,
upset his
Sam.
wife
Okay?
that would even be offensive to her at all.
I don't know how technology works,
So all right, folks. Good night. Thanks for tuning in.
See ya.
Thanks for listening to The Whitfield Report on the NGC Network. Please visit Sam's website at www.thesamwhitfield.com and support Sam on Patreon at patreon.com/Whitfield Report. Until next time, God bless, God save this great nation, and God, freedom, legacy, in that order.